Good evening and welcome to Marcus Pavilion on the campus of St. Martin's University, where tonight it's the Simon Fraser Red Leaves against the St. Martin Saints. Hello again, everyone. Danny Bach alongside Rick Wells. We're on our heels. Simon Fraser visits Lacey to take on the St. Martin Saints. Both teams with identical 1-1 records in the GNAC campaign. Both teams also with 8 wins on the year, looking for their 9th of the season. But as we infiltrate our way back into GNAC play, this is a big game in many respects, and also because of the long break. Simon Fraser hasn't played since back on December the 7th, a loss to Montana State University Billings, 69-66. St. Martin's, their last GNAC game took place up last frontier up in Alaska, when in a 2-game split that saw a win against Alaska Fairbanks, a loss to Alaska Anchorage. But Rick, as we head in, I hope you did have a great new year, but for Simon Fraser coming in, they have not played not only a non-conference game, they haven't played a game since December the 7th. What type of challenge you would expect from Bruce Langford's side with the long break?
Danny, that is such a tough thing to have to deal with. Almost a full month without a game. I would say that coaches have to really ramp up the intensity during that period of time, especially in the last week or last 7 or 8 days. That intensity has to include scrimmages that are game-like with the scoreboard running, maybe even hire some officials and get the rivalry going and put pressure on every shot, every pass, play tough D, and just really hold people accountable. That's one thing they could do, but they should also be setting personal goals during this period of time. So when they come back into this game, they're looking to improve their performance, cut down on turnovers, focus on their shooting, which is another thing. Hopefully they stayed in touch with a basketball in the last 30 days. Hit some open gyms, take some shots every day, try and stay in touch. But you're right, it is tough to go almost a month without a game.
Well, Simon Fraser, during that break, they went through exams to close out the calendar year. St. Martin's did play several non-conference games, including against Washington State and Multnomah. But we are a couple minutes away from tip-off between Simon Fraser and St. Martin's. These two teams, of course, met twice last season, where it was St. Martin's that won the home contest between these two teams by the count of 59-55, where it was St. Martin's that saw Sarah Lamette score a team-high 16 points, and then Sophia Wazotsky scoring a prototypical 28 points. We'll talk more about her later on. And then in Burnaby, Simon Fraser returned the favor with a victory of 85-63. Wazotsky again putting on quite the performance. But as we are moments away from tip-off between Simon Fraser and St. Martin's, a salute to country with the playing of O Canada and the Star-Spangled Banner. Let's head to the floor for St. Martin's public address announcer, Joe DeBruni.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to St. Martin's University, Marcus Pavilion inside the TwinStar Court for the start of the 2025, believe it or not, session of our season. Tonight we welcome the Red Leafs from Simon Fraser. They come with a record of 8-3 1-1 in conference play versus your hometown Saints, who are currently at 82 1-1 in conference play. Before we meet the starter this time, can you please rise if you're able to move your hats and join us as we honor both Canada and America with the playing of their national anthems. number 2, McKenna Gardner. On 5'10", senior number 5, Sophia Wysocki. On 5'9", junior number 20, Merlane Shelby. The 5'9", junior number 21, Armand Dulay. And the 6'1", sophomore number 32, Ryan Quirk. Bruce Langford is the 24th season head coach of the Red Leafs, assisted by Marie Lynn Peck and Jordan Webb. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 2025, it's time to get on your feet to meet your Saints. 5'8" junior out of Holland, Washington, number 3 is Madeline Brown. 5'6" freshman from Tacoma, Washington, number 11 is Jada Travis. 6'4" junior out of Tiger, Oregon, number 15 is Sarah Lamette. 5'9" junior out of Woodland, Washington, number 20 is Kiana Rios. And a 6'1" sophomore out of Bozeman, Colorado, number 32 is Avery Oster. The head coach in her second year is Natalie Marlowe.
So there are your starters for this evening. Simon Fraser, starting lineup. McKenna Gardner, Sophia Wysocki, Merlane Shelby, Armand Dulay, Rylan Quirky leading the way for Bruce Langford's side. 24th season at the helm for Simon Fraser. 508 wins over the course of those 24 years. St. Martin starts the lineup. Madeline Brown, Jada Travis, Sarah Lamette, Kiana Rios, and Avery Oster. Natalie Marlowe, second season leading the way for the Saints of St. Martin's. A record of 16-19. It's time for play in the new year. Simon Fraser begins with the basketball. Elaine Shelby has it along the right side of Armand Dulay. Long three, McKenna Gardner missed off the corner of the rim. Rebound fielded by Shelby, missed it twice before it's kicked out by Dulay. Another long three, Wysocki missed it. And the rebound claimed by Kiana Rios. Expedites up ahead for St. Martin's. This is Jada Travis, the outstanding freshman for Natalie Marlowe's side, averaging 14 points a game out of play. Possession to Simon Fraser in the early stages. It's going to be key throughout the course of this game, especially for the pace of the contest. How will both teams adjust after the long break?
I think you really got to take care of the ball.
Ball control is going to be key, particularly for Simon Fraser. Wysocki long three. She's fouled on the way. Simon Fraser will head to the line thanks to Sophia Wysocki, averaging 24.5 points, which is far and away tops in the GNAC. She'll head to the free throw line.
You got to pay attention to where she is on the floor, Danny. She's deadly, good shooter.
She's got the complete package, not only on the offensive end. The staggering portion about Wysocki, she was more well-known in the beginning as a defensive specialist, let alone a scorer now. And no surprise, 85% free throw shooter Sophia Wysocki goes 3 for 3 from the stripe. Simon Fraser with a 3-0 lead. A minute into the contest. Jacked up three, partially blocked on the way by Shelby. Travis, one step too many. The freshman pivoted with the right foot. Simon Fraser takes over. Here comes McKenna Gardner for Simon Fraser from the right side. Rylan Quirky. Wysocki looked to find Dulay. Instead, Sarah Lamette is there with the turnover.
Nice help on the inside post by St. Martin's.
Travis to Lamette. Harassed along the outside by Quirky. Kiana Rios off the right foot. Wild shot off the backboard. Avery Oster looks for help. 5 to shoot. Kicked out. Madeline Brown drives inside. Offensive foul. Simon Fraser takes over.
That's 3 turnovers in a row, Danny, without a point.
Natalie Marlowe said before the game it would be important to play St. Martin's, that is, on their terms. And after 3 possessions, it seems as if the Simon Fraser side, well, at home at Marcus Pavilion. Well, maybe not for Avery Oster, taking the tumble. Rylan Quirky, beg your pardon. Lost her footing. St. Martin's takes over with the basketball. Here comes Jada Travis. 2 minutes in, only points of the game scored thanks to 3 free throws from Sophia Wazotsky. Here's Jada Travis. She drives inside. Avery Oster's there, flanked off the right side of the rim. McKenna Gardner got the rebound for Simon Fraser. Ranged it. Here comes Gardner. Dished low. Kicked out. We're here laying Shelby in with the attempted bid. St. Martin's able to take over as they'll advance.
Simon Fraser deciding to go with a man-to-man right now, putting a lot of pressure on St. Martin's.
Keeley Jade Smith amidst the pressure. It doesn't matter, and the game is tied at 3. 3 minutes into the contest. Couldn't be more timely for the St. Martin's side. Keeley Jade Smith off the bench. The only points are St. Martin's up to this point. The answer, Rylan Quirky reclaims the lead for the Red Leaves from Simon Fraser.
Nice assist, nice roll on that pick.
Lakin Hill looked to find Avery Oster. Instead, from the baseline, foul charge. Charged against Simon Fraser and Rylan Quirky. 6:39 remains in the first quarter. Glad you're with us. You're in the St. Martin's University Athletics live stream.
Yep, turnover.
Another steal. Armand Dulé. Wazotsky looks to drive inside on Oster. Pinballed off the rim and out. Bergeron kicked it. How about Wazotsky again? Again, another miss. Wazotsky, how about a third time? Plenty of time to work with. Backdoor feed. Armand Dulé. And a travel call. St. Martin's takes over, down by 2.
Both teams a little bit rusty, Danny, in terms of taking care of the ball. That's what that 28, 26, 29 days off do to you.
Also, perhaps a little bit of an escape for Simon Fraser after, during the break, spending their time with end-of-semester exams. Scooped by Lakin Hill. It funnels in and out. Simon Fraser, Sophie Bergeron advance up ahead. Gardner left it for Bergeron. Another travel call by Simon Fraser. You talk about shaking off the cobwebs. Both teams trying to do exactly that. Hasn't been played cleanly well. Expect that to change as both teams get back into game play. This thrown out of play by Lakin Hill. And Simon Fraser will take over with the basketball. Sophie Bergeron. The inbound. Here's Gardner to Wazotsky. She'll drive in, have it blocked. Kiana Rios comes away with the block before promptly losing the ball to Demir Lane Shelby. How about a third turnover? Oster instigates the turnover, and possession will go to St. Martin's after the foul from Sophie Bergeron. Armand Dulé checks out for Bruce Langford's side. 5-3 game with 5:17 left in quarter number 1.
They have 6 turnovers for St. Martin's and 5 for Simon Fraser at this point. 11 turnovers.
Scooped in by Lakin Hill, and the game is tied at the halfway mark of the first. Left wing, Wisotsky. Lucas had it foiled by Eternity Reed. With 4:51 left. Timeout on the floor. Through innovative products and services, TwinStar Credit Union is committed to helping its 250,000 members achieve financial success. Because we're a not-for-profit credit union, we focus on what matters the most, helping the people and communities we serve thrive. At TwinStar, you'll find unmatched service. Here, we're on a first-name basis with our members. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. Danny Bach alongside Rick Wells. Coming into this game, Simon Fraser, if there was one thing they did exquisitely well, it was not only not turning the ball over. They're ranked second in the conference, averaging 15 turnovers a game. They also forced a lot of turnovers, second most in the conference, with promoting 23 turnovers a game. So the story here, turnovers be put underneath a microscope early, and Rick, this seems to be the case between both these two sides.
Well, with 11 turnovers already at this point in this game, the thing about a turnover, it cultivates the transition game. So the game starts getting really fast, and people are flying all over. Then there's another turnover, and it goes the other way. So they just got to control the pace, as Coach said early. And I think the team that gets a hold of that concept first will be in a better position to win.
Back in play, here comes Simon Fraser. Sophia Wisotsky had it dislodged thanks to Jada Travis. Tie up. Turney Reed scoops it out. And there it is. Another turnover for St. Martin's as they advance with the basketball. Jada Travis drives inside. She's fouled on the way. Foul charged against Rachel Lukes. Already the third team foul against Simon Fraser. Here's Jada Travis at the line. First free throw is missed. Travis, 81% free throw shooter coming in. Been a little bit of a break for St. Martin's. In play, back end free throw converted by Travis to give the Saints a 1-point lead. Last game for St. Martin's was back on December the 17th against Multnomah. This disposed out of play, and St. Martin's comes away with another turnover. Kiana Rios inbounds for the Saints. So here comes the freshman Jada Travis. Harassed on the play by Lukes. Lakin Hill spots Keely Jade Smith from the right wing side. Kiana Rios drives to the inside. Missed off the left side of the rim. Follow-up attempt from Kiana Rios, also missed. And Simon Fraser's able to escape. Lukes to Gardner, the corner three. Shelby missed it. This heads out of place. St. Martin's able to take over with the lead and the ball with 3:43 left in the first. Here comes Jada Travis for St. Martin's. Right free throw line extended and another turnover. Here comes Simon Fraser the other way. Shelby, corner three, Wisotsky missed it. Keely Jade Smith with the board. Eternity Reed off the left foot. Lakin Hill to the top of the key with Keely Jade Smith. Travis driving on Bergeron. Jump ball possession will stay with the Saints. In comes Avery Oster for St. Martin's to replace Lakin Hill.
Got to hand it to Simon Fraser getting back against that fast break. They took that away, and that was a good hustle on D.
St. Martin's a team that capitalizes a lot on fast break points. That's one of their specialties. Off the turnover, Wasotsky drives in on Keeley Jade Smith, and almost a brilliant end to the sequence. Coast to coast, unable to finish the layup. Here comes Keeley Jade Smith for Jada Travis. Both teams 1-1 in conference play. St. Martin's able to get out of the way the toughest road trip. Keeley Jade Smith, a wild shot, she scores! Keeley Jade Smith off the floor and on the board. She'll head to the line. Keeley Jade Smith seeing valuable minutes. She makes the most of it on a sensational play. And the 94% free throw shooter misses the free throw. Here comes Simon Fraser. From the left wing side, Quirky. The drive from Shelby. Ink wasn't open for her. Travis comes away with the loose ball.
St. Martin's is in a man-to-man as well under the hoop, so that was nice help. Teammates have to play help.
Travis, what a move, dangling to the inside. She scores! Jada Travis. It's a 5-point lead for St. Martin's. McKenna Gardner. Near lane, Shelby. Quirky. Left wing side, Armand Dulé. Long three, Gardner missed it. Rebound seized by Kiana Rios. 1:35 to play in quarter number one. St. Martin's with a 10-5 lead. Travis thrust it, Keeley Jade Smith. And possession will stay with the Saints. McKenna Gardner couldn't vulture away the loose ball. St. Martin's off to one of the best starts to their campaign. 8-2 already. Keeley Jade Smith has scored again. She's put on a clinic. 2 critical buckets, and it's a 12-5 lead for St. Martin's. Here's McKenna Gardner. Right wing side, Dulé. Kicked inside. Fouled was Luke's. Foul against Jada Travis for St. Martin's.
It's tough to play the post man-to-man if you don't have any help. And in that particular play we just saw, that's where St. Martin's could have used some guard help, dropping down, double up the post, prevent that turnaround.
One area of concern, Luke's converts in the back end, 12-6 lead for St. Martin's. Saints already in moderate foul trouble. Kiana Rios does have 2 fouls. Here's Keeley Jade Smith, a floater that flies short. Luke's had it stripped away by Kiana Rios. 2-on-1 if they hurry. Rios backdoor feed for Avery Oster. Not enough of an arc. Travis escapes. 30 seconds left in the quarter. Left wing side, Kiana Rios. The right-handed dribble, Keeley Jade Smith. With 5 to shoot, Rios, wild shot. Here comes McKenna Gardner, launched ahead. Luke's all alone, she scores. Rachel Luke's closing seconds, 3 seconds to go. Kiana Rios floats one up, off the rim and out. And that's the way the first quarter comes to a close. St. Martin's with a 12-8 lead on Simon Fraser. We'll take a break, and we'll be back for second quarter action here on St. Martin's TV.
TwinStar Credit Union is here to help you reach your financial goals every step of the way. Together we can help you realize your financial dreams. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more.
back live here, Marcus Pavilion at TwinStar Credit Union Court. It's St. Martin's with a 12-8 lead. However, it was Simon Fraser that's slowly starting to claw back. Was a 7-point lead at one point. But Simon Fraser, Bruce Langford has been around the block several times, 24 years, including several national championships up in Canada. Long three, McKenna Gardner missed off the right side of the rim. Rebound seized by Sarah Lamette for St. Martin's. But another turnover, and Simon Fraser looks to capitalize.
St. Martin's is converted now. Instead of playing man, they're in a zone this quarter. And that forced Simon Fraser to take that long shot. There's another one.
This three-point attempt missed by Armand Dulé. No harm, no foul after the St. Martin's turnover. Kiana Rios out to Jada Travis. Such great command of the offense.
Simon Fraser in a zone as well this quarter.
Travis.
Oh, they're manning up.
Watched by Bergeron. Jada Travis to the rack and in. 14-8 lead for St. Martin's. Gardner left wing side for Rachel Lukes, who drives in and scores. Coast to coast, Rachel Lukes.
She really took advantage of that seam right down the middle. It was a good play by her.
Able to incise her way into the inside, and a 4-point lead for the Saints. Top of the key, Avery Oster had it taken away. Sophie Bergeron on a breakaway. She scores. So Bergeron with the bucket. And it's a 2-point game after it once was a 7-point lead for St. Martin's. Oster faked the shot. Kiana Rios fouled on the way. She'll head to the line. Kiana Rios coming in 93% free throw shooter. She'll have 3 shots at the line.
She's 28 for 30, Danny. She's only missed 2 free throws all year. I shouldn't have said that.
Rios at the line. And
no more,
all of Lacey can infuse all their frustration onto Rick Wells.
That's right.
And the folks up in Burnaby gotta like that. Rios again. She makes sandwich end. 3-point lead for St. Martin's. St. Martin's coming in. As far as free throw shooting is concerned, a few substitutions. Sarah Lamette checks back in for SMU. Here's the last free throw attempt from Rios. She goes 2 for 3. St. Martin's coming in number 1 ranked free throw shooting team in the GNAC, averaging 81% on the season. They face a team in Simon Fraser. As far as free throw shooting percentage, they rank 2nd. Best of the best from the stripe. Turney Reed volleyballs one in the air to Kiana Rios. She'll slow it down. Travis from the left side, cutting in on Lukes, gave it away. Oster wasn't ready for the pass. Wazotsky drives down the lane on Rios. Missed a wild shot. Turney Reed preserves for St. Martin's.
Pace of this game is just one end to the other.
Keely Jade Smith. Jada Travis. Out to Keely Jade Smith again. Oster nearly saved by Rylan Quirky. She had a foot on the baseline. St. Martin's takes over with a 4-point lead. So here's Jada Travis to inbound for St. Martin's. Simon Fraser team very well accustomed to going deep into postseason play, something St. Martin's hasn't seen as much. Offensive foul called. Simon Fraser takes over.
Simon Fraser back to a man-to-man right now. That was just great help side defense underneath the basket right there. Picking up the charge. Smart play.
Luke's kicked it out to Rylan Quirky. Armand Dulé, right side. Bergeron poked away by Jada Travis, who keeps it alive. Fed it right to Sophie Bergeron for Simon Fraser. She'll enter in. Haltage of play. And officials head into a discussion. 7:01 left. Officials want to make sure they have the right call. So there was a whistle of some kind. Possession will go to Simon Fraser. The shot clock at 9 seconds for Simon Fraser. Bergeron, Dulé, left it. Wazotsky with one to shoot. Wazotsky denied by the rim. Rebound saved by Wazotsky. Possession stays with Simon Fraser. All-important meeting as far as GNAC standings is concerned. Out of the air, Keely Jade Smith nearly instigated a turnover, and Simon Fraser will do it all again. These two teams in the midst of a four-way tie for second place in the conference for what it's worth. Both with one win on the year. A block on the play by Oster. Here come the Saints. Travis looks for an open outlet. Dished inside for Avery Oster, who had the block. Travis sailing shot wide to the right. Possession to Simon Fraser as they'll advance with Sophie Bergeron. Both teams 1-1. Simon Fraser with one of the tougher two-game splits in conference play that you can come up with. Western Washington and Montana State University Billings. Beg your pardon, they played Seattle Pacific. A win against SPU by Simon Fraser before falling short to, at the time, third-ranked Montana State Billings. Would be one of the many contenders in GNAC play. Jada Travis down the lane, misses the shot. Simon Fraser advances. Bergeron spots Quirky open. Dulé, the cut inside from Lukes, and she scores. Rachel Lukes from College Heights Secondary School. Foul this time called on Quirky. 5:38 left. To the line is Kiana Rios for St. Martin's in a 2-point game. So Rios at the line. First free throw attempt is good to bolster the lead for St. Martin's up to 3. And what factors to be a close game, free throw shooting would be ever so more important. 4-point lead for St. Martin's. Glad you're with us, wherever you may be tuning in. Bergeron to the rack. She scores. Deficit cut to 2. Here's Kiana Rios. Jada Travis, the freshman. Rios off the left-handed dribble. Kicked out to Attorney Reed. Long ball throw for Lake and Hill. Out of her wingspan. Simon Fraser takes over. Here comes McKenna Gardner. Opposed by Jada Travis. This disposed out of play.
That was a great deflection on that play, anticipation. She wouldn't have got a piece of that. That would have been a layup.
And St. Martin's almost comes up with a steal. Jump ball possession error would favor them. And the jump ball favors the Saints. A timeout on the floor. Stay up to date on all things Saints by following us on social media at SMU Saints or by heading to our website, smusaints.com. 4:56 remains in the first half. Danny Yabaka alongside Rick Wells and Simon Fraser. Early stages, deficit, perhaps trying to shake off the cobwebs after the break. But now it seems as if they've started to settle in.
I agree, Danny. You know, looking at turnovers combined for both teams, 12 for St. Martin's, 11 for Simon Fraser, 23 turnovers in the first two quarters. I mean, if that pace continued, that'd be 56 turnovers for the game. I mean, that's crazy. So, again, like you said, you know, shaking off some cobwebs, getting rid of the turkey and dressing and gravy and mashed potatoes, you know, over Christmas dinner. Takes a little while, I think.
Now you got me hungry. Look at the fouls. Rylan Quirk has 2 fouls for Simon Fraser. That's the only red leaf in 2 fouls. And for St. Martin's, only player with 2 fouls is Madeline Brown. Back in play. Saints with a 2-point lead. Here comes Jada Travis up the wing for St. Martin's. The right-handed dribble. Rios back to Travis again from the outskirts. Lakin Hill, left-handed drive, pivots out to Avery Oster. She'll look to drive inside. Travis with great courage, however misses the 3. It pinballs to Lakin Hill. Soccered off leg. No, a foul charged against Simon Fraser. Called against Bree Neufeld. And Simon Fraser on defense. On the outside, Lakin Hill to Kiana Rios. And into the game, Casey Booster. She traveled. Tough way to enter a game, and your first touch with the basketball is a travel. Casey Booster. Last game of non-conference play to close out 2024. After only averaging 1 point a game, Booster scored 19. This attempt missed by Mirlane Shelby. Travis, open left side, Kiana Rios. She'll jack up a 3 and score! Kiana Rios from beyond the arc. St. Martin's extends their lead up to 5. The drive, Rachel Lukes responds for Simon Fraser. And in they go, Kiana Rios, 1 step too many in transition.
One thing about this transition game, both directions, it gives the defense really no time to get set up. There's seams up and down both keys that people are finding.
Simon Fraser looks to find some more. Near lane Shelby. Gardner floats along Jay and converts. Looky here, it's a 1 point game here in Lacey.
Simon Fraser has been pretty relentless with a full court man pressure this entire game.
But they're able to break it. Avery Oster with the bucket to extend the lead to 3. 3 minutes to go in the first half. Bergeron drives to the rack and misses on the attempted shot. Travis quickly ahead with contact from Sophie Bergeron. 2:53 left in the first half. Sophia Wasatsky checks in for Simon Fraser. Wasatsky, excellent numbers offensively, defensively, complete player. What's staggering about Wasatsky, she was known as a defensive specialist to begin her time with Simon Fraser. Helps when you have your sister Jessica Wasatsky also in the lineup. Booster misses on the attempted layup. Simon Fraser looks to advance with McKenna Gardner. Kicked out to Rachel Lukes. She gave it away. Kiana Rios catches up with her dribble. Keely Jade Smith plays catch with Kiana Rios. Looks for an open option and finds Casey Booster open. Eternity Reed to Jada Travis behind the back. She looks to drive from the left block. Kicked out. Keely Jade Smith. Savvy's inside. Short on the layup. Simon Fraser with 2 minutes to go in the first half. Wasatsky a three, but a travel call brings the drive to an end. 1:57 remains in the first half. Glad you're with us on SMU Saints TV. Jada Travis, watched by Wasatsky. To the left side, Booster. Keely Jade Smith browses amidst the pressure from Sophie Bergeron. Rios dashes inside, looks for help. Travis cuts left side and scores. Jada Travis with the bucket. Bergeron, watched by Reed, floated and missed by Gardner. Rebound to Wasatsky. Schill with a quick trigger score. And the deficit is cut to 2 with 72 seconds left in the first half.
Wasatsky's nearly a 40% three-point shooter. That's phenomenal.
Also a quick play, too. Off the quick changes of possession, Simon Fraser remains on defense. Jada Travis, she could do it all for this St. Martin's side. Coming in, averaging not only around 14 points a game. Here's Booster. She scores the three. Casey Booster gives the Saints a much-needed boost. It's a 4-point lead with 45 seconds left. Shelby to the corner. McKenna Gardner, watched by Travis. Wasatsky, another three, another make. 1-point game. 28 seconds left in the first half. Two highest scoring players for their respective sides were opposed. Booster finds Kiana Rios. Open, Keely Jade Smith. Lost the handle, kicked out to Booster. Eternity Reed. Rios with 5 to shoot, 7 left in the quarter. Rios with 1 to shoot. Keely Jade Smith runs out of time. Simon Fraser will have the ball with 1 and 8/10 seconds left. Your best catch and shoot play. Lukes, Gardner gave it away. Kiana Rios at the horn, short. And that's the way the first half comes to a close. St. Martin's with a 27-26 lead on Simon Fraser. We'll take a break, and we'll be back for the second half of action between Simon Fraser and St. Martin's here on Saints TV. by the count of 23-10. Notre Dame moves on to the semifinals. In the college football playoff, they'll face Penn State coming up a week from today at 4:30 Pacific time. And yesterday, it was Ohio State, a winner against Oregon in the Rose Bowl. They move on. And also, to close out the college football playoff slate on the other side, we also know who will take on Texas, as it will be Texas moving on after their wild win against Arizona State in what was a dandy. But we settle ourselves into play just to finish the thought. Texas moving on in the college football playoff, where they will take on Penn State, a winner against Boise State. Let's head back to college basketball, will you? Away we go with Simon Fraser looking for their first lead since the opening minutes of the first quarter, and they find it. Sophia Wizotsky gives the Red Leafs the lead. It's 29-27.
She's hit her last three-pointers, Danny.
With 12 points already as we have just started the second half. Jada Travis can't reply. Armand Dulé across the timeline. Comes Simon Fraser with McKenna Gartner open. Find for Rylan Quirk. And just like that, Simon Fraser has scored again. 4-point lead for the Red Leafs. Saints have got to slow down the pace. Travis to Madeline Brown from the right side. Kiana Rios back out to Madeline Brown. And it's given away by Oster. The steal from Gardner. Wizotsky again. Off the left-handed dribble. Long two from Quirk is missed. St. Martin's able to advance. Backdoor feed. Kiana Rios all alone for the layup.
Got a fast pace already going here this half as well. That was a nice break by St. Martin's.
Here comes Simon Fraser. McKenna Gartner missed it off the glass. Travis, long ball pass in the clear. Madeline Brown ties the game for St. Martin's. Hold on to your hats if you're wearing them. If you're inside, well, nothing on top of your head. Here's Wizotsky. And last touch off of St. Martin. Simon Fraser with the basketball. Into the game for St. Martin's, Keely Jade Smith. Gardner browses the defense. She's got to get it away in time. A 5-second violation.
Great defense by St. Martin's on that. Everybody was next receiver pressure. Hand in the passing lane, there were just no targets.
And why is pressure so pivotal, especially on defense?
Well, you just saw it right there. You know, if you don't have a pass, plus you're turnover conscious right now. I bet both coaches talked about that at halftime. So you don't want to throw a ball where somebody's hand's in the way.
Here's Avery Oster. Splits the middle. Keely Jade Smith. Floater. Off back iron. Oster comes away with the board. Out to Kiana Rios. Right-handed dribble. Drive down the lane. She's fouled. First foul of the second half for either team. So it's a line for St. Martin's. Kiana Rios.
She split those defenders just right at the right moment for that little seam right down the center to get that shot off.
Timeout on the floor. Whether it's competitive rates, affordable loans, or great service, TwinStar Credit Union is here to help you reach your financial goals every step of the way. Together we can help you realize your financial dreams. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. Danny Bach alongside Rick Wells. And Rick, one of the main points of emphasis in the early stages was the turnovers. Turnover after turnover after turnover. And in the second half, early stages of play, again, turnovers have been put under the microscope.
Well, I also think, up until this last approach to the basket, St. Martin's had 3 fast breaks in a row. And you don't have to set your offense up. If you got that opportunity, layup's the highest percentage shot, go for it. And they've done a good job looking up court, getting the ball to the open person, staying in their lanes. And Fraser hasn't gotten back on defense on those transitions, which is unusual because first half they were getting back. So we'll see what happens here as we continue this half. But right now I think that St. Martin's is answering. They kind of had Fraser had a little rally there at the beginning, and Wasatski hitting some threes, and all of a sudden they jumped out a little bit. That can scare you and make you play tentative. But St. Martin's answered that, so it was good.
Sophia Wasatski, 3 of 6 from beyond the arc. She leads all scorers with 12 points for both teams. Not too far behind Rachel Lukes with 9 points, going 4 of 4 from the field. Leading scorer for St. Martin's, Kiana Rios with 9 points. Jada Travis with 7, and also Keely Jade Smith with 7 points so far. But all the spotlight of this game for Simon Fraser hinges upon Sophia Wasatski, averaging just below 25 points a game. At 12 points, seems as if you could tell, although she is defensively minded, she's gifted on the offensive end.
Well, when you get, banner headlines every game and you're leading the league in scoring, your opponents are not going to lay down and let that happen. They're going to start ramping up the defense, sometimes double teams, pressure everywhere on the floor, and that's going to cut into your average a little bit. I think Sophia Wasatski at Billings, they held her to 9 points out of her 25. So that's a key. You can't just let her crack off, 30 points a game. You got to be mindful of where she's at.
Wasatski, well, those 9 points did come against the third best team in the country.
Well, that's true too.
So
I'm not taking anything away from her. I'm just saying that, it's you got to pay attention to high-scoring athletes.
When Wasatski, in some ways, was bottled up for 9 points, McKenna Gardner put up 17. Elaine Shelby 15 in the 3-point loss to Billings. But all this still in a long extended stoppage. We're in a review for...
Yeah, I wonder what that's about.
So we have a conference that this may have something to do with, well, the shot clock is reset to 30. All this nearly a quarter of the way through the third quarter. All this, and we are in another timeout. Now we have another timeout. Through innovative products and services, TwinStar Credit Union is committed to helping its 250,000 members achieve financial success. Because we're a not-for-profit credit union, we focus on what matters most, helping the people and communities we serve thrive. At TwinStar, you'll find unmatched service. Here, we're on a first-name basis with our members. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. We talk about, from the outset, this was the overarching story of this game for both teams. Rest. Too much rest. Second half, after a little bit of a hiccup-filled start, seems as if teams are starting to get back into play, maybe a little bit.
A lot like riding a bike. I mean, once you get back on there, you find your balance again, and you can see the difference between when the game started and what we're seeing right now. So, you take a timeout, then the referees take a timeout, then you take another timeout. They might be trying to ice the free throw.
Well, so much time for a potential
Well,
icing.
didn't work, did it? So
Kiana Rios makes the first free throw. She's gone 6 of 7 from the line. And that's her second miss of the night. So back comes Simon Fraser. McKenna Gardner right side. Sophie Bergeron harassed by Rios with a foot on the sideline, and a turnover. St. Martin's takes over.
that was just outstanding defense right there by Kiana Rios.
What an all-around player Rios is.
What an athlete. That is fun to watch.
Offensively, they're on the defensive side. Here's Rios again through traffic. She infuses the foul on Gardner, and she'll head to the line again. Second personal for McKenna Gardner. So here is Kiana Rios at the line again for St. Martin's.
You know, you put a 94% shooter on the free throw line, that's money in the bank right there. And the clock's not moving when it's happening.
2 for 2 at the line is Rios. Two of the top two free throw shooting teams in the GNAC here tonight. St. Martin's first, Simon Fraser second. From the outskirts, Rachel Lukes. Wasotsky. She'll drive down the lane. Missed off the rim. Off of the Red Leafs. And the Saints take over.
St. Martin's playing a really tough man-to-man right now on that possession. That was great help side. Took away the drive.
Kiana Rios to the top of the key with Madeline Brown. She had foul trouble in the first half. Back on the hard court. Keely Jade Smith out to Jada Travis. Left side of Rios, watched by Lukes. Down the lane, Rios rolled off the rim. Brown took contact from Lukes. She is fouled. Third team foul for Rachel Lukes. Casey Booster checks in. So here's Jada Travis to inbound for the Saints. Keely Jade Smith floats one wide to the right. Wasotsky breaks away. She's got a breaking Bergeron who heads into the corner. Wasotsky scores. It's a 1-point game.
That was 1-on-3, and she still scored. That was amazing. A good bucket.
One of the finest of the GNAC, Sophia Wasotsky. Kiana Rios finds Jada Travis. Oh, what a reverse! Jada Travis can do it all. It's a 3-point lead for the Saints. Up and under from Jada Travis. The Saints bending, beckoning with the lead, and they've come up with a turnover. Keely Jade Smith comes away with possession for St. Martin's. Long ball pass preserved on the sideline by Oster. Here's Jada Travis. She'll slow it down for St. Martin's. Rios. Harassed by Dulé. Rios kept alive along the baseline. Fake by Keely Jade Smith. Off the rim. Back comes Rachel Lukes for Simon Fraser. Wasotsky in transition scores on the bucket. And it's a 1-point game once again. Here's Jada Travis. Renders to Booster. Tie up. And one official signaled a jump ball. Another signaled a foul.
That last layup, nice soft touch by Wasotsky, puts her at 16 points right now.
That does lead all scorers. Rios renders to Jada Travis again. From the right side, Madeline Brown loops ahead for Booster. Eternity Reed. Travis, 4 to shoot. She'll look to split inside, lost the handle. 1 to shoot, turnover one way or the other. Simon Fraser will take over. They trailed nearly the entirety of the first half. After having a brief lead, they trail once again. St. Martin's looks to maintain their beckoning lead. The drive in, missed a wild shot from Armand Dulay. Here comes Jada Travis. Booster spots Madeline Brown along the baseline. Harassed by Gardner. Gave it away to Rachel Lukes. Long ball throw, Wazotsky. She looked to take in contact. Kiana Rios charged on the foul. That's her first personal of the game. Lakin Hill checks in for the Saints in place of Casey Booster. Gardner, open Wazotsky. Splitting through the middle. The foul charged against Eternity Reed.
St. Martin's is in a man-to-man right now, and that's tough against Wazotsky. The defender's at a disadvantage to begin with. She's going to need some help on that drive.
Game is tied thanks to Wazotsky at the line. She misses the back end. Kicked out for a deep three. Missed by Gardner. Hill comes up with the board. Long ball throw. Left side, deep three. Kiana Rios! And the Saints restore the lead. Gardner. Watched by Travis. Inside Quirk. Fouled by Eternity Reed again. 3:22 remaining in the third quarter. Second personal in the last minute for Eternity Reed. Avery Oster checks into the game for the Saints. Madeline Brown checks out. Here's Rylan Quirk at the line. Shooting 4 of 6. The line this season. She doesn't see many opportunities from the stripe, but when she does, she makes the most of it. She goes 2 for 2. 1 point lead for St. Martin's. This is Jada Travis, watched by Wazotsky. Foul called on Wazotsky. First personal for Sofia Wazotsky. Jada Travis to inbound for the Saints. Eternity Reed gives to Jada Travis. Kiana Rios dashes inside, scoops short. Gardner the board. Armand Dulay up ahead to Wazotsky. Gave it to Gardner. Dulay. Out to Wazotsky. Long three. Missed off the heel. It went off the back of, went out of play since it went off the scoreboard. St. Martin's basketball with 2:45 to play in period number 3. Reed left it for Jada Travis. They do play an extra period here in the States. Towards the right side, Lakin Hill. Off the screen, established from Oster. Travis the 3, missed it. Kept in play. Last touch off of Avery Oster, 2:21 to go in the third. Reminder for everyone in the Northwest, the Canucks play the Kraken tonight from Climate Pledge at 7 o'clock. The rivalry between British Columbia and Washington State.
Nice.
The hard court to the ice. Oster did not give up on the play, and St. Martin's nearly came away with possession instead of foul.
You know, they've been fronting the post, they being Simon Fraser, have been fronting Oster. And she's pushing that defender up key so that the lob overhead is there. And that's what they just attempted. That's been there the last couple trips down the floor. It'll be interesting to see if they can take advantage of that.
St. Martin's with excellent free throw numbers. So far tonight, the Saints 8 of 12 from the free throw line. That dips below their average on the year. Oster, first attempt is missed. Very unorthodox night for St. Martin's from the line. Oster, 89% free throw shooter, misses both of them. Back comes Simon Fraser. Armand Dulé dropped it. Gardner missed it. Punched back out. Wazotsky.
Travel.
She had intentions of the three, discerned to drive inside, and picked up her right foot. Consequently, the Saints take over. St. Martin's is in the bonus. Last touch off of Armand Dulé. Saints with the basketball. Only took 5 seconds off the clock. Travis. Lakin Hill. Lakin Hill. Punched by Travis. Hill again. A third time doesn't go. Travis can't find another board. Out comes Simon Fraser. Near lane, Shelby. Gardner browses. Out of play off of Oster with 1:24 to play in the third.
You mentioned Travis. Just couldn't quite get that last rebound. She leads all rebounders right now with a total of 7.
Haley DeWall into the game for the first time for Simon Fraser, and a drive in from Armand Dulé sends her to the free throw line. Back to the theme of free throw shooting. Simon Fraser, 7 of 9 as a team. First look at the line for Armand Dulé. She makes the first, and we are deadlocked once again. Second chance, Dulé puts it in. Simon Fraser out in front. Something they have not seen for the majority of this contest. Saints wanted right back. Lakin Hill with the drive and the finish. Lakin Hill on the bucket. Saints have a 1-point lead. Final minute of play in the third. The browse from Haley DeWall. Gardner underneath the basket. The drive for the bucket from Rachel Lukes. And the Red Leafs in the lead again. Lakin Hill. Into traffic. Oster on Lukes. Wazotsky comes up with a board. Jettisoned on ahead. Haley DeWall scores. It's a 3-point lead for Simon Fraser. Rios drives, kicked it. Madeline Brown. Travis with 7 seconds left in the third. Dished inside Rios. Spindles. She's fouled. Kiana Rios heads the line for the Saints. Foul charged against Sophia Wazotsky, her second personal. Kiana Rios, 7 of 9 at the line. At the stripe for the Saints. She makes the first to make it a 2-point game. Here's the second try. Short. 1 second left. And time runs out. The third quarter comes to a close. Simon Fraser takes the lead on St. Martin's. They lead 44-42 as we head into the fourth quarter. We start the fourth quarter of play here at Marcus Pavilion on TwinStar Credit Union Court. Simon Fraser with the lead, and they extend it. Sophia Wazotsky, another bucket. Give her 19 on the evening, and the Red Leafs lead by 4. Here's Jada Travis. Kiana Rios surveys the Simon Fraser defense. Keely Jade Smith. Eternity Reed finds Jada Travis, harassed by Lukes. Travis from the elbow along too good, and it's a 2-point game. Left wing side, Rachel Lukes. Lost the ball. Oster, 3-on-1 if they hurry. Rios in transition with the bucket, and the game is tied again.
That gives her 17.
Wazotsky dished low for Dulé. Gardner, the 3, missed it. Travis comes away with the board for St. Martin's on ahead. Here comes Keely Jade Smith. From the perimeter, lobbed out of the reach of Oster. Kept alive in play by Gardner. Lukes will advance on ahead with 8:40 to play in the fourth. Wazotsky drives down the lane, well short. Wazotsky again missed it. How about a third time? That didn't go. Lukes lost her balance. Long 3-yard, but Dulé got it. Armand Dulé from beyond the arc. Simon Fraser with the lead by 3 in the early stages of the fourth quarter. Stay up to date on all things Saints by following us on social media at SMU Saints or by heading to our website, smusaints.com. Scoreboard update from across the GNAC. Western Washington taking on Western Oregon this evening, and they're in the second half. Western Washington, no surprise, with a 58-30 lead on Western Oregon. And a good one brewing out in Nampa. Alaska Anchorage and Northwest Nazarene, 2 longtime powerhouses in GNAC play. And it's Alaska Anchorage that has the lead, 24-23 in the second quarter of play. That is a dandy of a matchup. We also have, as such, here in the fourth quarter, between St. Martin's, a team that looks to put their imprint in GNAC play. They've already had the best start within the last 10 years in program history. But Simon Fraser, always a dominant team, led by Bruce Langford. They have had a wealth of success. They have the slim lead in a game that comes down to the slimmest of margins, and it could be a matter of inches that decides this game. Here's Jada Travis for SMU. Opposed by Bergeron. Kiana Rios spins in, offensive foul. Third personal for Kiana Rios. More adversity for St. Martin's as they trail by 3. Here's McKenna Gardner. Out of the reach of Wazotsky, and the Saints have possession again. Minder coming up next. The men in action. Travis off balance. And a foul called. Charged against Sophie Bergeron. So the Saints with the basketball after the foul on Bergeron. Here comes Jada Travis. Reeled in by Keely Jade Smith. Along the outside of Rios. Spots the open Madeline Brown in tight. Swatted out of play. Possession stays with the Saints. 7:41 to go. Keely Jade Smith checks out the game. Avery Oster back in for St. Martin's. Travis from the outside for Kiana Rios. Travis to Oster. Looked to dish inside to Rios. Rolls off of a Simon Fraser body. 7:30 to go in regulation time. Timeout called by St. Martin's.
Coming into out of bounds under the basket offensively. Those are ones you really want to focus on and see if you can't get that quick bucket.
So at this stage, 7:30 to go, and we look at slim margins. Both teams have made 9 free throws, but the one disparity is free throws taken.
And I agree. St. Martin's missing 7 free throws to this point. Even if you only hit half of those, you're tie game or up by 1. So it's a big factor in close games, free throws. However, I will say, Rios has 18, Wasoski has 19. And here in this last few minutes of play, Travis broke into double figures. She now has 11. And Luke's for Fraser has 13. So 2 athletes on both teams now in double figures offensively. So they're spreading around a little bit better now, the scoring opportunities. Usually we see Oster at the post, but this last time down the floor, they had Rios in on the post. So they're trying to work her.
And this time a foul called. A reach-in foul on McKenna Gardner. But there it is. You see it again with Kiana Rios, this time in the post. Avery Oster at the line. For Oster, 89% free throw shooter after missing the first 2. First trip to the line, she makes on her 3rd attempt. This to make it a 1-point game. She does. Back comes Simon Fraser. McKenna Gardner, watched by Jada Travis. Left side, Travis off the feed from Lukes. Long 3, missed by Armand Dulé. Rebound seized by Madeline Brown for the Saints. Here comes Jada Travis. Right side, Kiana Rios from Madeline Brown. Off the left-handed dribble, Eternity Reed. Travis, lobbed. Oster is fouled by Bergeron.
That was a nice lob pass. Good vision on that play.
So Avery Oster missing her first two, making both on her second attempt. Decisive third. She makes free throw on the first attempt. Here's the second one. And she is spotless on the third attempt. And the Saints, more importantly, in the lead.
That's a lot of poise on her part right there to hit those free throws.
Lobbed in traffic, Wazotsky missed everything with 6:40 to go. From the right side, Jada Travis. Lobbed for Oster, backdoor feed, Rios can't keep it in play. Simon Fraser takes over. 6:29 to go. Here is McKenna Gardner. Rios spots her. Wazotsky off the left-handed dribble, inside, scores! Simon Fraser back in the lead. 6:10 to play. Rios. Madeline Brown. Browses. Rios to Travis. Opposed by Gardner. Lobbed ahead for Oster. Backdoor feed. Vultured away by Lukes. In traffic. Haltage of play.
Simon Fraser has been committed to fronting the post the last 4 times down. And that lob has been open, and we're getting the ball there. Just didn't have a chance to convert that one.
Wazotsky in transition and rolled off the rim. Tie up, jump ball. Possession arrow favors the Saints. So here's Kiana Rios to inbound. Here's Jada Travis. Rios. Out to Travis. On to Wazotsky. Jada Travis. Dished outside. Madeline Brown. Kiana Rios. Right side for Lakin Hill. Travis. Dislodged off of Wazotsky with 5:17 to play in the fourth.
See what kind of play they run here under the hoop.
With 9 to shoot. Rios is open. Kiana Rios off the rim. Restored shot clock. Foul charged against Armand Dulé. 5:10 to go for Dulé. That is her third personal at the line for the Saints. Madeline Brown. For Brown, that's her first visit to the charity stripe. Brown's first attempt is missed. Madeline Brown, 40% free throw shooter, coming in. Brown on the back end, misses both of them. Lane violation against Simon Fraser. That gives Madeline Brown a reprieve. Can she capitalize? Yes!
There she goes.
It hung in the air for an eternity, but the game is tied at 51 with 5:05 to go. From the left side, Wazotsky drives down the lane, missed the layup. Oster with the board. Here comes Jada Travis. Expedited up ahead for Lakin Hill from the right side. Kiana Rios down the lane. Missed it. Rios again. Missed it a second time. Escaped by Sophie Bergeron. Looped on ahead for Wasotsky, who lost the ball. Taken away by Oster. Travis will slow down the pace.
Smart play.
Wise play from the freshman. Madeline Brown, watched by Wasotsky. Avery Oster to Lakin Hill. Madeline Brown. Oster in traffic is fouled on the play by Rylan Quirk.
Our guards are really finding the lob pass this quarter. Open again on that play.
Rylan Quirk has been charged with her third personal to join Armand Dulé and McKenna Gardner, each with 3 fouls for Simon Fraser. Oster misses the first free throw. Sophie Bergeron with 4 fouls for the Red Leaves. Free throw on the back end, good from Oster. Saints back in the lead with 4:15 to go. McKenna Gardner along the sideline, last touch off of the Saints. Red Leaf basketball. Simon Fraser head down the road, take on Western Oregon on Saturday, 2 o'clock start time. More importantly, matter now, Wasotsky rolled off the rim. Kept alive by Bergeron to the corner. Wasotsky again missed on the 3. Rios comes up with the board. St. Martin's is in the bonus. Under 4 to play. The Saints with hopes to beat Simon Fraser at home for the 2nd straight year. Open, Lakin Hill missed off the rim. Travis saves the board. Behind her back, Rios. Left side, Madeline Brown. This is Lakin Hill. Rios to Brown. Inside Oster, 7 to shoot. Rios thought of the 3, drives, flies one up in the air, and a shot clock violation with 3:11 to play. Simon Fraser brings in Mirlane Shelby and Armand Dulé. Well, if there were any doubts about the Cobwebs, they're gone now. This is GNAC regular season play. Wasotsky off the heel and out. Saints race ahead with 3 to go. Lakin Hill. Right side. Rios. Off the Oster screen. Keely Jade Smith finds Lakin Hill. Looks to close inside. Out to Avery Oster. Madeline Brown off the left-handed dribble. Looped inside. Rios scores! Counted and the foul for Kiana Rios!
Got Rios at the post again. She was fronted again, and that was a lob assist. They're really taking advantage of that.
And Kiana Rios has taken over this game for the Saints.
She's got 20 points now. Wasotsky with 21. Both with 21.
Doing it 3 points the hard way. Saints with a 4-point lead. Simon Fraser. Mirlane Shelby was fouled. Foul charged on Kiana Rios. But remember that play from Kiana Rios. Not only with 21 points, this foul does bring her to 4. Wide open chance missed by Armand Dulé. From the outside, Wasotsky blocked by Oster. Out comes Keely Jade Smith. Travis. Out to Madeline Brown. Keely Jade Smith to Lakin Hill. Back out to Keely Jade Smith again. This Brown to Hill. 2 minutes to go. Saints with a 4-point lead. Jada Travis. Watched by Shelby. Travis the three. Missed it with the shot clock dwindling down. Saints still with the basketball. Travis with her renewed shot clock for St. Martin's. 1:38 to go with a 2-possession lead. Madeline Brown from the outside. Keely Jade Smith. 5 to shoot. Down the lane. Smith missed a wild shot. Simon Fraser has to hurry. 1:25 to go. Gardner. Shelby lost it. Back comes Avery Oster into the offensive zone for St. Martin's. She gave it away. 3-on-1 for St. Martin's. Wysotsky down the lane. Fouled by Jada Travis. What a frantic sequence. So here comes Sophia Wysotsky. 4 of 5 from the line. Simon Fraser desperately needs these free throws. Sophia Wysotsky with 21 points already. She can put herself into the game lead in scoring. She does so there. More importantly, to cut the deficit down to 3. The back end also good. 70 seconds to play. Lakin Hill with pressure from Luce. Rios watched by Wysotsky. The left-handed dribble to the right side. Madeline Brown with 10 to shoot. Here's Jada Travis. Right-handed dribble. She gave it away. Wysotsky on the steal. Pursued by Travis. Wysotsky drives inside for the tie. Scores! Sophia Wysotsky has tied the game for Simon Fraser.
That was a heads-up play by Wysotsky. I think Jada tried to stop her. Jada Travis tried to stop that drive, and no foul was called on it.
37 seconds left. What a dramatic sequence. We are in a timeout. But if you are head coach Natalie Marlowe, what do you draw up here? You have 37 seconds left. Do you dwindle it all the way down and pray for your defense to make a stop? What do you do here if you're a coach?
Yeah, you know, it's half a dozen one and 6 of another. Sometimes you want to attack quick so there's time left on the clock. In case that goes awry, you still have time left to make it up. If you burn the clock out, then you leave less for your opponent to play with. So, I don't know. It's this game has been back and forth, particularly this second half. I think I would be a little more deliberate right now if I were St. Martin's. And mainly because Simon Fraser is a little bit overplaying defensively. And when people overplay, when the opponents overplay, you do get those opportunities to find backdoors and lobs and some other kinds of offense.
So where would you, so offensively, Kiana Rios, 5 of 17 from the field, 21 points. You got Jada Travis, 11 points.
I'm looking for the inside game if I'm coach right now.
Maybe with Avery Oster, she's
Probably
generated
Oster, yeah.
several chances. She only has 7 points, 5 of them coming from the free throw line.
Well, they've put Rios on the block a couple times, and she's been effective down there. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do here.
Well, enough about prognosticating. It's time to see what Natalie Marlowe has drawn up. Jada Travis, the freshman, to inbound for St. Martin's. Open Medlin Brown. Right back to Jada Travis. Left side for Lakin Hill. Hill on the return feed.
They're being deliberate. I think that's a smart play.
Right side. Off of Simon Fraser. Saints with the basketball. And Bruce Langford has called a timeout. And that gives an opportunity potentially for the officials to check the replay. We did have a good angle of it, and the officials will head into a timeout. Good timeout called by Langford for Simon Fraser. So the officials will check the view that we have that you saw earlier.
Yeah, I thought it was deflected. I think it's St. Martin's ball, but we're sitting right up here above it, but they're still 40 feet closer than I am. So,
well, we'll look at some of the scores from throughout the GNAC on this Thursday evening. In the second quarter, Alaska Anchorage, a 41-36 lead over Northwest Nazarene. And it is a final. Western Washington a winner against Western Oregon, 63-30. But 55-55 tie with 26 seconds left. Again, a 7-second disparity between the shot clock and the game clock. But what's impressed you from the Simon Fraser defense, especially in the second half?
It's pretty tough, Danny, to play man-to-man defense virtually 99% of the game. Generally, you get in foul trouble when you do that, and it takes a lot of energy, a lot of endurance, and I'm pretty impressed with them doing that. They front the post, which is hard to do. That's the hardest place to play the post. I mean, you can play behind them on their right or on their left. Most teams do that. But to play in front, you're giving the lob with the idea that the help side person will come over and pick that off. And they've done that a couple times. So I'm impressed with man-to-man defense, full court press whole game. I mean, man-to-man pressure, one end to the other. That just takes commitment. It takes determination, dedication, hard work ethic. It speaks a lot for their athletes.
Commendable effort from a Simon Fraser team that had not played a game since December the 7th. After a long extended break, Saints also hadn't seen action all the way back to December 17th as far as non-conference play is concerned. But a commendable effort on both sides. St. Martin's, a team off to their best start in program history within the last 10 years. Simon Fraser, Bruce Langford always brings a solid squad year after year. But the Saints look to make a stamp in GNAC play. 26 seconds left. Travis. Open Kiana Rios to Travis, posed by Shelby. Travis drives to the inside through contact, offensive foul! And Simon Fraser will have a chance for the last shot. And a timeout called. Travis down the lane, fouled, commits the foul rather, her third personal. And now if you're Simon Fraser.
Well, here's the thing. The worst case scenario is you run out the time and you're in overtime. So they could go right up till the final tick before they shoot their shot. And then if you make that, there's just no time left. So if I were coaching this game, I would probably do what I already said. I would just be really deliberate for about 14 seconds and then draw up a play where Wasowski ends up with the ball. I mean,
it's academic.
It is.
She's got 25 points, leading all scores. Well, let's find out. How will they get the ball to Wysocki, or will it be someone else for Simon Fraser? Lukes to inbound. Here's McKenna Gardner, given to Lukes. Rachel Lukes with 10 seconds to play. Lukes, left side. Shelby drives in, scores! Mirlane Shelby with 5 seconds to go has given Simon Fraser the lead.
I think everybody was expecting Wysocki to end up with the ball, so that was a nice little play they drew up there.
Mirlane Shelby with the critical go-ahead bucket for Simon Fraser. And now St. Martin's can either tie or win it. So this is where you got 5 seconds left.
Full court press. Don't let them just roll the ball up the floor and have more time to shoot. They've got to, with pressure in backcourt, they're going to have to work to get up here. That's going to eat up some time, and it's just going to pressure even more the last shot and who gets to take it. So,
and if you had to choose someone to bring the ball up the floor, who better to trust than your freshman?
I would agree with that. I would give the ball to Travis. I would have Rio somewhere nearby so he can get that last shot off.
4 and 9/10 seconds left. And a drama-filled game at Marcus Pavilion. Travis to inbound. Rios is on the opposite end of the floor. Travis. Quickly in for Oster. Travis off the left-handed dribble. 2 seconds left. Travis for the win! Missed it wide to the left, and Simon Fraser has won it. Simon Fraser pulls out a heart-stopping win over St. Martin's, 57-55. What a game and what an ending. Well, you draw it up for Jada Travis, and she had the look.
She did have the look. You know that as she started her dribble across the floor, she kind of lost the handle there for a second. And she had to grab that, and that probably changed the dynamic of that play. I don't know who was supposed to end up with it, but once she regained the ball, she didn't have much choice left, but she had to let it go. So
that slight juggle came with 3 seconds left, and
correct.
It's hard to re-rail yourself
Right.
with such little time left. And all in all, Simon Fraser, a gutty victory over St. Martin's. Simon Fraser's record in the GNAC leads up to 2-1. St. Martin's plummets down to 1-2. Simon Fraser will take on Western Oregon this Saturday. Start time of 2 o'clock. And St. Martin's will be at home, and the road doesn't get any easier. They take on Western Washington. Tip-off time at 3 o'clock Pacific. I'll be joining you alongside the great Sean Wally for the coverage there from Marcus Pavilion to look at some of the final stats. Sophia Wysocki, 25 points, but it's the go-ahead bucket from Mirlane Shelby at the end with 5 seconds to go, and that's what got it done for Simon Fraser. All the attention to Wysocki, but Mirlane Shelby with the game winner.
That was her only bucket.
Incredible. Only points of the night for her.
Correct.
And it proves to be the winner. Final stats for St. Martin's. Kiana Rios, 21 points. Jada Travis with 11, with 8 rebounds and 7 assists. Rios did have 11 boards. Give her a double-double on the evening. Avery Oster, along with Keely Jade Smith, each with 7 points. But in the end, Simon Fraser comes away with the victory, 57-55. Special thank you to everyone who makes this broadcast possible. For our producer, Matt Schwarzler, and for Rick Wells, I'm Danny Bach saying so long and take care. And thanks for letting us be a part of your evening. Coming up next, it'll be the men's game between Seattle Pacific and St. Martin's. But for all of us here at St. Martin's Athletics, good night from Marcus Pavilion. Now, the day ago at the Space Needle in Seattle, a fireworks display lit up the Seattle night sky, ringing in 2025. As was the case for the Space Needle, Seattle Pacific and St. Martin's ushered in the new year with fireworks of their own. Seattle Pacific eclipsing triple digits in their last 2 games of 2024, while St. Martin's shot the lights out of TwinStar Credit Union Court against Lincoln of California with a season-high 120 points. SPU and SMU already have several GNAC games in the rearview mirror, but with the calendar turning from 24 to 25, it's time to ramp it up to notch 8. After the intermission of Christmas break, GNAC play revs up again with the 150th all-time meeting between the Seattle Pacific Falcons and the St. Martin Saints. Good evening, everyone. Danny Bach alongside Rick Wells. And Rick, it's been 26 days since SPU and SMU have played in a GNAC game, and over 2 weeks since both teams have taken the hard court. How do you dial up the intensity from 1 to 100 in such little time?
Well, Danny, by the way, good to see you again. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year to you, Rick.
You know, that's a coach's nightmare, having so many, almost a month off. And so I would believe that coaches would want, in the last 10 days or so, to just ramp up practice to be really intense. High-calorie practices, game situations, scrimmages with the score clock, referees, if the athletic director will buy them for you, and just be intense. Along with that, it's an opportunity to set personal performance goals that during that whole 3 or 4 weeks off, you can start perfecting and working on. Hopefully these guys are staying in a gym someplace, keeping their touch on a basketball the last few weeks. I can't imagine that not happening. So anyway, you got to blow out some cobwebs in this first half. You haven't been playing competition, so to speak, at least intercollegiate. So that turkey dinner and mashed potatoes and gravy, time to blow it out, Danny.
Oh, man. Well, now you got me hungry. But more importantly, let's take a look at both these two teams. Seattle Pacific comes in with 1 loss in GNAC play. Their only battle came against a really good Montana State Billings side, a game that went into overtime. Owen Moriarty had himself a fantastic game, 29 points, 9 rebounds, and those marks also career highs for Moriarty. But also excellent performances from Jackson Knapp, 10 points, 17 rebounds, and Jonas Latour had 16 points. It was a neck-and-neck game. It was tied 36-36 at the half, and then 71-71 at the end of regulation after Jonas Latour had a 3 to give Seattle Pacific the lead late before Montana State Billings came back thanks to Jalen Tott, one of the proficient scorers from across the GNAC, in a 71-71 tie. But then in the end, Montana State Billings came away with the victory. St. Martin's, they're 2-0 in conference play. Let's head to the floor of our public address announcer, Joe DeBruni.
As tonight, the Seattle Pacific Falcons has come to play. They come in as a record of 4-8 overall, 0-1 in GNAC play. And your hometown Saints are 13-2 overall, 2-0 in GNAC play. We've already done the national anthem for the first game, so let's go ahead and meet the Falcons. A 6'2" junior, number 1, Owen Moriarty. A 6'7" junior, number 3, Jackson Knapp. A 6'6" sophomore, number 4, Jonas Latour. A 6'4" freshman, number 20, is Henry Sandberg. And the 6'9" junior, number 33, Micaiah Schoonerstedt. Jeffrey Fabio, our head coach, assisted by Donna Rowland, David Choi, and George Parker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get on your feet to meet your Saints. A 6'6" junior from Niagara Falls, Ontario, number 4, Emmanuel Oludule. A 6'5" senior from West Palm Beach, Florida, number 5, is Miles Samuels. A 5'10" senior from Salem, Oregon, number 11, is Jake Nielsen Skinner. A 6'2" senior from Beverly Hills, California, number 13, is Marcel Stevens. And a 6'8" junior from Chandler, Arizona, number 32, is Lacey Lightball. Mr. Atlanta Hammond is 6th senior head coach, taken by Pedro Vasquez, and Mr. Benjamin Hunter Saint.
It's time to play GNAC basketball after the long extended break. Away we go. Seattle Pacific against St. Martin's. These two teams last year in conference play were separated by one game and one game exclusively. St. Martin's comes in to tonight with a 3-game win streak on Seattle Pacific. In this age-old rivalry, the 150th all-time meeting between the Falcons and the Saints. Seattle Pacific owns the all-time series by a whopping count of 104-45. But away we go. Let's meet the starters for both these two teams. First, for Seattle Pacific, Jeffrey Fazio, their head coach, Owen Moriarty, Jackson Knapp, Jonas Latour, Henry Sandberg, and also Nikias Schoonerstedt. St. Martin's has Dyson Lighthall taking the opening tip, Miles Samuels, Emmanuel Ladele, Jaden Nielsen Skinner, rounding out the lineup, along with Marcel Stevens, and away we go from TwinStar Credit Union Court. Nielsen Skinner finds Dyson Lighthall, locked up on Schoonerstedt. Off the rim it goes. Seattle Pacific advances with Owen Moriarty. From the top of the key, Moriarty plays catch with Jackson Knapp. Henry Sandberg off the left-handed dribble. Moriarty spins on Nielsen Skinner through contact, and here comes Jaden Nielsen Skinner. Dropped it, Stevens, the 3, buries it! Marcel Stevens gives the Saints the early lead, 45 seconds in.
Stevens is a 40% three-point shooter, Danny.
And he showed it right there, that excellence. Jackson Knapp dished inside. Owen Moriarty on Lighthall. Can't get the roll. Rebound couldn't be claimed by Jonas Latour. Here comes Marcel Stevens for St. Martin's again through contact. Halted your play. Foul called on the floor. Charged against Seattle Pacific on Jackson Knapp. And a long storied rivalry between St. Martin's and Seattle Pacific. Last year, St. Martin's against Seattle Pacific led 48-18 at halftime. Here's Miles Samuels. Off the left-handed dribble, drive to the rack and the bucket, and a 5-0 lead for St. Martin's.
Great job finding the seam right there.
Moriarty defers right side for Henry Sandberg. Pump fakes again. Off of Stevens, preserved by Schoonerstedt. Schoonerstedt has it again. Inside Sandberg, off the heel. Rebound claimed to the rack and scoring Jonas Latour. And Seattle Pacific has their first points of the night. Jaden Nielsen Skinner finds Dyson Lighthall. Gives a browse. Watched by Schonerstedt. Lighthall off the window and out. Jackson Knapp up ahead. Owen Moriarty for Seattle Pacific. Around Jaden Nielsen Skinner. Fakes again. Foul called. 2:12 elapsed time. As we settle into action, Danny DeBach alongside Rick Wells at the line for Seattle Pacific. Owen Moriarty.
Moriarty's a 90% free throw shooter.
He has been fantastic at the line. He stakes to that claim. The first made free throw. 5-3 contest. Early stages. Moriarty goes 2 for 2. Owen Moriarty, the leading scorer of the Seattle Pacific team, averaging 16.8 a game. Nielsen Skinner, Samuels left side. Manuel Oladele. Ranged up high for Dyson Lighthall. He'll look to close inside through the double team. Oladele, the three! Missed it off the left side of the rim. Lighthall tried to reach in, foul call. Called against Henry Sandberg of Seattle Pacific. Oladele to Lighthall, left side for Marcel Stevens. This is Miles Samuels. Jay that clanks off the rim and out. Moriarty advances up the floor for Seattle Pacific. Owen Moriarty browses. Sandberg given right side. Deep three. Jonas Latour in and out. Dyson Lighthall comes away with a board, and here comes St. Martin's. Jaden Nielsen Skinner. Emmanuel Adele missed the three. Seattle Pacific, their first road conference game of the season. This comes after a long extended break. Sandberg fakes the three on Nielsen Skinner. On the free throw line. Right side, Jackson Knapp. Shifted it inside. Owen Moriarty through contact. Came up short. Oladele comes up with the board for St. Martin's. Miles Samuels down the lane to the rack. She in. It's Samuels that scores on the bucket. And St. Martin's has a 7-4 lead. Owen Moriarty. To the right side, Sandberg. To the left wing side, Moriarty. Inside for Jackson Knapp. And a travel call. Timeout on the floor with 4:08 elapsed time in the first half. St. Martin's with a 7-4 lead. Whether it's competitive rates, affordable loans, or great service, TwinStar Credit Union is here to help you reach your financial goals every step of the way. Together, we can help you realize your financial dreams. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. 7-4 lead for St. Martin's on Seattle Pacific. And this is a very important matchup early on in GNAC play. Although St. Martin's finished third last year in the standings, Seattle Pacific 6. The separation between these two teams, only one game. St. Martin's had a record last year of 11-7 in GNAC play. Seattle Pacific 10-8. This one game could alter the GNAC standings at the end of the year. So you look towards the GNAC tournament, and we're already talking about the tournament in game number 2 for Seattle Pacific.
Yeah, true, Danny. This is a big matchup. These two teams are, the last several years, have been neck and neck, head and head, vying for that playoff spot. This is a big game. Even though it's early in GNAC play, it'll matter down the road.
And it's not often you're already talking about playoffs, but with how these two teams have established their resumes, why not talk playoffs early on? Diego Trejo Delgado comes in off the bench. Miles Samuels floats the jumper. Well short. Seattle Pacific looks to advance. And they do. Up the floor as they bring on Mason Landek. Averages 15 points a game for the Falcons of Seattle Pacific. Logan Kinlock. Only his third game, and he's rejected on the play by Jay-Sean Moore. Illegally, though. Logan Kinlock, first GNAC game of the season, and Jay-Sean Moore says, how do you do? He is charged with a foul, though. For Jay-Sean Moore, already making an impact. But at the line, first free throw converted from Logan Kinlock. Only played in 2 games this year. Those came against Douglas and Evergreen State. Both games that Seattle Pacific eclipsed triple digits in non-conference play. Kinlock goes 2 for 2. So here comes St. Martin's. Trejo Delgado gives to Jaden Nielsen-Skinner. Here's Marcel Stevens, missed the 3. Seattle Pacific claims the board. And they advance with Mason Landek. On the right side, Landek shoveled low, foul called. Brings us into a stoppage of play. 7-6 lead for St. Martin's. Again, we'll keep you up to date as much as we can on the GNAC schedule. 4 games in the conference this evening, including this one. Western Washington plays Alaska Fairbanks. This elevated shot from Jonas Latour, well short. Diego Trejo Delgado. No play. Foul charged against Jonas Latour. Owen Moriarty checks in for Seattle Pacific. So inbounding, Homer Edge picks sorry for St. Martin's, his first action of the game. Jaden Nielsen-Skinner, left corner, faked by Miles Samuels. Jaden Nielsen-Skinner browses. Miles Samuels the 3. Funnels out. Rebound claimed by Seattle Pacific. From the left side, elevated out to Owen Moriarty. The protection of Henry Sandberg. Watched by Jay-Sean Moore. Sandberg. Out to Schoonerstedt. Left side, Mason Landek down the lane on Trejo Delgado, and a foul called with Landek on the deck. Diego Trejo Delgado issued the foul call. So here is Mason Landek at the line, shooting 2. And Landek makes the first free throw to tie the game. You talk about pace, especially after coming off a break. Both teams played well up to this point. Landek makes both free throws. Seattle Pacific with a 1-point lead. Nielsen-Skinner. Miles Samuels left all alone. Right back to Nielsen-Skinner again. Skinny fakes the 3. Samuels left side. Trejo Delgado shuffled. Edge picks sorry. with a Euro step, but no bucket. Back comes Landek. He'll settle it. Watched by Jay-Sean Moore. Moriarty. Left side shooter step. Off the screen. Landek fakes the shot. Lob. Nielsen Skinner came away with a steal. Trejo Delgado behind his back. Here comes Diego. Trejo Delgado. Moore. Left side. Edge Pixari. Omar. Edge Pixari scores. And St. Martin's reclaims the lead. It's 9-8.
Great ball movement on the offense that time. Catching SPU out of position on defense.
Edge Pixari with the bucket. And we see this in the first game after the break from GNAC play. Long three, missed by Landek. And a foul called against Seattle Pacific. Going against Henry Sandberg. That's his second personal. Not even 10 minutes into the game. Jay-Sean Moore seeing valuable minutes in the early moments here in Lacey. Again, 4 games going on tonight. Alaska Anchorage taking on Simon Fraser. Alaska Fairbanks is in Bellingham to take on Western Washington, and Montana State Billings taking on Western Oregon. Montana State Billings will be seeing St. Martin's on Saturday. We'll be there with you. I'll be joined alongside the great Sean Wally. Here comes Jaden Nielsen Skinner, the top of the key. Left side for Miles Samuels, right back to Skinny. Out to Jay-Sean Moore. Skinny has it again. Jaden Nielsen Skinner fakes the three. Jay-Sean Moore looks to drive inside off the left-handed dribble. Moore gave it away. Seattle Pacific the other way with Owen Moriarty. 1-on-2. Scores. What an individual effort from Owen Moriarty. Jay-Sean Moore accelerates. Nielsen Skinner from the outside. Off the left-handed dribble. Jaden Nielsen Skinner looks. Omar Edge Pixari for St. Martin's. What a find. Diego Trejo Delgado had to dislodge. Seattle Pacific breaks out. Knapp. Left side for Landek. Latour to Moriarty. Jonas Latour again. Matched up on Stevens. Backdoor feed intercepted by Omar Edge Pixari. Shoveled it. Miles Samuels missed the three. The board claimed by Owen Moriarty for Seattle Pacific. Neck and neck they go. With 9 minutes played here at Marcus Pavilion. Landek, through contact, he scores anyways.
Great effort by him that time. Took the ball right down that open seam on the weak side.
Mason Landek for Seattle Pacific. 3-point lead for the visitors from King County. Omar Edge Pixari. No look pass. Full Jay-Sean Moore. And Seattle Pacific consequently with possession. Landek ahead from Knapp. Foul called. With the offensive drive from Jonas Latour, Jay-Sean Moore charged the foul. Second personal for Jay-Sean Moore. Timeout on the floor. Stay up to date on all things Saints by following us on social media at SMU Saints or by heading to our website, smusaints.com. Seattle Pacific a 12-9 lead on St. Martin's. Danny DeBach alongside Rick Wells. And Rick, the pace has been excellent. However, something that may come as a little bit of a surprise, 3-point shooting. Well, in some respects, St. Martin's ranked third in the conference in three-pointers, and, well, it's been a rather cold start.
They're 1-6 for threes right now. But I attribute that to, not being in a game situation for 3 or 4 weeks. It takes a touch to hit that three. And sometimes you can lose that if you're not, in the gym playing games week after week.
And there's maybe some rust that still needs to be dusted off. But Seattle Pacific, to their credit, has been able to score efficiently, and it's been well distributed. Owen Moriarty, 4 points. Mason Landeck with a quartet. Latour, Logan Kinlock also scoring so far, but still early stages. What would you want to see for Seattle Pacific if you're head coach Kefri Fascio?
Well, right now I would say let's hit the boards a little harder. The advantage is Seattle Pacific right now. You have 11 boards to just 7 for St. Martin's, and they've got 4, 5, 6 guys with rebounds.
Counted in the foul for Owen Moriarty. How about crashing to the boards? Owen Moriarty with the bucket. What a sequence that was. Moriarty at the line. He completes the three-point play. The difficult traverse.
He's technically an excellent free throw shooter. You just watch his form, and his delivery's the same every time.
Look to see that again, and look at that free throw motion maybe a couple more times a night. The answer from Diego Trejo Delgado, and it's a 4-point game. So here comes Seattle Pacific with a 4-point lead. Moriarty from the left side for Jackson Knapp. Top of the key. Wild miss from Jonas Latour. Rebound claimed by Jackson Knapp. Knapp through contact, fouled again. The story here for Seattle Pacific, you mentioned it earlier, Rick. The rebounding so critical, and it means even more in a matchup like this.
I agree.
St. Martin's ranked second in the conference in rebounding. Seattle Pacific ranked third. First free throw missed by Jackson Knapp. 67% free throw shooter coming in.
Yes, Danny, that last play, the one that drew this foul, was off a rebound. That probably should have went to Seattle, to SMU. And Seattle Pacific picked it up.
Back end missed from Knapp. 4-point lead for Seattle Pacific. Samuels out to Omar Edge-Pixari. What a dart and find! Diego Trejo Delgado cuts the deficit down to 2.
That's a great pass, great vision on that assist.
Associate head coach Tyler Velasquez calling the plays tonight for SMU. The drive and finish, Mason Landeck. 4-point lead for the visitors.
That was great speed on that dribble drive.
Omar Edge-Pixari picks up his dribble. Samuels. He'll work between the legs, spindling through. Wild miss. Seattle Pacific takes over. Already, Seattle Pacific with the lead and the bonus. Owen Moriarty does it again. It's a 6-point lead for Seattle Pacific.
Little spin move to the weak side. There was no help over there, so a great bucket by him.
They need a response, and they find one. Marcel Stevens for St. Martin's. Deficit to 4. And haltage of play. Timeout on the floor with 8:10 remaining in the first half. Through innovative products and services, TwinStar Credit Union is committed to helping its 250,000 plus members achieve financial success. Because we're a not-for-profit credit union, we focus on what matters most, helping the people and communities we serve thrive. At TwinStar, you'll find unmatched service. Here, we're on a first-name basis with our members. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. Seattle Pacific leads 19-15, also in the bonus the rest of the way in the first half. And this is a story where you always look for a response out of a break. For Kefri Fazio, you gotta love what you see.
I would say he has to love what he sees. You know, as far as 2-point field goals go, both teams are shooting fairly well. The threes right now, 0 for 3 for SPU, 1 for 6 for St. Martin's, combined 1 for 9 on threes right now, both teams. So nobody has a hot hand outside the arc.
You have a percentage of 12% from beyond the arc.
I think that's what that is.
But three-point shooting, Seattle Pacific, they're ranked dead last in the conference, 30%. But for St. Martin's, they're third in the conference in threes.
I would expect once they, get warmed up and get the cobwebs blown out, we'll probably see more of that.
But Seattle Pacific, thanks to that man, Owen Moriarty, have been red hot. To the right side, Jackson Knapp through the double team. And one step too many for Mason Landeck. And St. Martin's, maybe now, do you decide to slow down the pace?
No pressure in backcourt.
Omar Edge-Pixari. Right side, Stevens to Edge-Pixari. Into the game, Jacob Harper. Diego Trejo Delgado. Open underneath, Harper scores. 2-point game, and the former San Jose City College product finds the bucket for St. Martin's. Knapp plays catch with Sandberg. Moriarty lobbed up high for Knapp on Trejo Delgado. Great defense.
We got some big bodies colliding in there underneath the hoop right now.
A lot of height. And a steal. Owen Moriarty for Seattle Pacific for Jackson Knapp. Quick transition bucket for Seattle Pacific. That extends their lead up to 4. 6:50 to play in the first half. Edge-Pixari to Miles Samuels. This is Diego Trejo Delgado. Samuels short on the layup. So here comes Seattle Pacific. Landeck. Moriarty from the top of the key. Lobbed up high. Backdoor feed. Landeck scores. What a play!
Just excellent touch on that shot.
That may have been a pass that turned into a shot.
Might have been.
One way or the other, Mason Landeck with another bucket on a fantastic play. And Seattle Pacific leads by 6. With 6:17 to go in the first half, timeout called by St. Martin's. At TwinStar Credit Union, it's more than just about providing a top-notch banking experience for our members. We have a long and proud history of investing in the communities we serve. Last year, we donated more than $1 million to help support local organizations, schools, and causes. We believe that everyone benefits from strong and vibrant communities. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more.
Moriarty has 9 points and Landeck has 8 points. So they have 17 of their 23 points.
Mason Landeck, in some respects, maybe more of a surprise. Landeck already has eclipsed his average in the first half. Jaden Nielsen Skinner up high for Dyson Lighthall. Left wing side, long 3, good! It's Miles Samuels! And the lead has been cut in half. Here's Julian Mora for Seattle Pacific. Knapp, the three to respond and reply. No. Off of Moriarty, possession to St. Martin's. A defensive stand they needed. 5:35 left in the first half. But a 35. Hey, stoppage of play. Grounds crew tending to a stoppage. The attention to Diego Trejo Delgado. Quickly out for repairs. Now we're ready for play with 5:35 to go. So here comes St. Martin's with the basketball. Jaden Nielsen-Skinner on the right side. The close in from Diego Trejo Delgado. No look pass. Samuels off the three. Marcel Stevens through contact. Too much of it on Jonas Latour. 5:18 remaining in the first half.
Samuels has a very quick first step, and he's able to take advantage of that in his matchup right now.
Open Stevens. Would have been a long two if it went. Owen Moriarty charged on the foul. And it'll be, well, officials do deem a three-pointer. There's a reason why we're up here and not on the floor. Marcel Stevens at the line to shoot 3 shots. Stevens on the season from the line. 75% free throw shooter. Timeout called on the floor. 5:15 remaining. Again, a look at Seattle Pacific as they go through their season. They'll take on Western Oregon on Saturday at 4:15 start time. St. Martin's, they'll have a tough test taking on Montana State Billings, who you expect will be one of the top teams in the conference. Tough test with Billings last year. They finished 14-4 in GNAC play. Here's Marcel Stevens at the line. Stevens has accounted for double digits in his last 4 games. In what has been a breakout year for him. Stevens makes first free throw to trim the deficit down to 2. 5:15 to play. Here, the opening stages of play of the first half. Second attempt is good. After the review, it was a 2-pointer. Well, maybe our eyes didn't deceive ourselves.
Yeah.
But the deficit for St. Martin's is 1. Here's Julian Mora playing catch with Owen Moriarty. Mora shifts towards the right side. Moriarty back to Mora. Moriarty again. Right wing side. Schoenerstedt shoveled by Knapp. Long 3, good. Julian Mora.
That's tough to cover that corner shot out of a 2-3 zone. Quick passing and catches St. Martin's behind the ball.
Dyson Lighthall missed on the layup. Watched by Knapp. Lighthall out-muscles him for the bucket.
That was just a power play right there.
Dyson Lighthall using his rebounding capability to full excellence. Mora, fresh off the made 3. Dished off Trejo Delgado. He wanted to come up with that steal.
He was hunting for that one.
10 seconds to shoot. Jonas Latour will inbound for Seattle Pacific. And quickly enter in Jillian Mora. How about a long three? Missed off the heel. Latour comes up with a board. Will he do it again? Mora patiently waits. And newly installed shot clock.
Yeah, they're being really deliberate right now.
Here is the open three. Schoenerstedt missed it. Trejo Delgado with the board. Schoenerstedt is fouled on the play. Got to his feet after missing the shot. And then he comes up with a foul. Marcel Stevens took the contact. Stoppage in play with 3:34 remaining in the first half. Seattle Pacific still with the lead. Both teams in the bonus. Through innovative products and services, TwinStar Credit Union is committed to helping its 250,000 plus members achieve financial success. Because we're a not-for-profit credit union, we focus on what matters most, helping the people and communities we serve thrive. At TwinStar, you'll find unmatched service. Here, we're on a first-name basis with our members. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. Danny DeBacca alongside Rick Wells with 3:34 to play. And again, the rebound battles have been one of the emphasis in tonight's game, and, well, not much separating both teams.
Danny, both teams have 6 guys with points, so it's pretty balanced that way. And both teams from the two-point land are shooting right at 42%. So that's why we have a close game right now. It's pretty even.
How about points in the paint? Same story.
Same story. Points in the paint. 16 for St. Martin's and 16 for SPU. So pretty even. You don't get much more even than that.
Couldn't get much more even, but the scoreboard can be leveled up with the chance at the line for Marcel Stevens. Second trip to the free throw line.
SPU has balanced out the rebounding the last 5 to 7 minutes as well. They now have 12 rebounds to 15 for SPU.
So here is Stevens, this to tie the game. Yes. Seattle Pacific. How will they respond? Moriarty plays catch with Knapp. Moriarty has to get it out in time. 10-second violation, and the Saints take over.
Danny, when you press a team, you get that kind of a turnover. Not every time, but when it happens, you need it. If you don't press, the chance of the opponent bouncing the ball out of bounds is pretty slim.
Feels if you may have said that a couple times in a past career.
That's true.
Miles Samuels, Lighthall, Nielsen Skinner, the three. Missed left side off the heel. Lobbied by Schoenerstedt. And Seattle Pacific advances with 3 minutes to play in the first half. This is Mason Landeck. Given to Jonas Latour. Moriarty from the left wing side. Landeck long three from Moriarty. Missed wide, partially to the right. Here comes St. Martin's with Diego Trejo Delgado closing in on Landeck. Jaden Nielsen Skinner still scoreless.
He had plenty of time to line that shot up. Their zone is, SPU's zone was not quick to get out there and cover that.
Jaden Nielsen Skinner, 36% from beyond the arc. A steal. Marcel Stevens up ahead. He'll take the three and miss everything. 2:05 to go in the first half. Here is Mason Landeck. Off the right-handed dribble for Seattle Pacific. Shifts it left side. Landeck puts one up. Wild shot that missed everything. Empty possessions for SPU and SMU. Dyson Lighthall closes in on Schoonerstedt and scores.
One-on-one with him. That's going to be a tough matchup.
How about 6'8" going up against 6'9"? Tough matchup. Seattle Pacific. They're looking for a bucket. Here's Mason Landeck. 70 seconds to play. Coming up at halftime. Look at first half stats. Scores from across the Northwest. Landeck. Spindles. Moriarty. Schoonerstedt lost it. Stevens up ahead. Jaden Nielsen Skinner. Left side, Miles Stevens. Slows it down. Lighthall on Schoonerstedt. Closing in and missed it. 40 seconds to go. 12-second disparity between the shot clock and the game clock for Seattle Pacific. Here's Mason Landeck. Left side for Knapp. Latour. Landeck closing. He's got time, but he gave it away. Marcel Stevens drives. Nielsen Skinner rides it alone and scores. 4-point lead for St. Martin's. Moriarty. Left side. Landeck with 5 seconds to play. Gave it away. Nielsen Skinner. Stevens at the horn. Missed it. A frantic finish to the first half. St. Martin's with a 30-26 lead as we head to halftime. Let's take a look at some of the first half stats and what has stood out. Seattle Pacific, for the most part, held the lead for a long period of time, but then it was the response from St. Martin's that was able to carry itself out through the first half of play. What a sequence we've had here in this first half of play, Rick Wells.
Not too much happening in three-point land for either team. SPU is 1 for 8, and St. Martin's is not much happening there for either team. The balance in scoring, I mean, there's nobody with double figures right now, but there's 6 or 7 guys all scoring points. That last bucket by Skinner was just great body control. I mean, he came full speed down the lane, had to field a pass between 2 tall giants and go up and put the bucket in. It was just really athletic. That was fun to watch.
Frantic sequence. St. Martin's with the lead on Seattle Pacific, 30-26 at the half. But as we navigate our way, look at some of the leading scorers, and it's been the excellence on Seattle Pacific. 2 key stars offensively.
Moriarty has 9 points. He's their leading scorer right now. Landeck has 8. Although we haven't heard from Landeck in the last 5 or 6 minutes, but he's a threat. You got to pay attention to where he's at on the floor. And for St. Martin's, Stevens with 7, Samuels with 7, Delgado with 6, a couple other guys with 2. So pretty balanced scoring. Samuels has got a really quick first step off the dribble. So early on in the half, he was getting down the lane and putting some points up. And SPU adjusted to that, provided some help, and it's kind of taken that away from him the last part of that first half. So we'll see what other adjustments might come out of that, come back from the locker room.
So also, let's look at some of the scores from across the GNAC in what is a busy night. 3 other games in action this evening. First matchup that features University of Alaska Fairbanks against Western Washington, and it's UAF with the lead, 50-45. That taking place in Bellingham. good matchup between Alaska Fairbanks and Western Washington. Both teams very well suited to play in GNAC play. They have 12 minutes remaining in regulation time. Alaska Fairbanks at this point has a 52-45 lead over Western Washington. Other key scores from across the GNAC. Alaska Anchorage taking on Seattle Pacific. A lot of these games are in the second half since we had a later start time. Of course, at the half, 30-26 lead for St. Martin's. 9 minutes to play between Alaska Fairbanks and Simon Fraser. 67-67 tie. They're going down to the wire in that contest. And then also one other game happening in the GNAC. Montana State Billings with a 42-24 lead. They are inching their way closer to halftime down south. So those are the scores from across the GNAC. How about a couple other updates that are happening in the sports world, including in college football? Georgia against Notre Dame. Well, it was the 7th seed Fighting Irish defense and special teams able to get it done. And Notre Dame moving on to the semifinals of the college football playoff with a hard-earned victory. And they move on in the college football playoff, and that brings a little bit more of an intensified focus of what will be happening soon next week with Ohio State. Also moving on, a 41-21 victory against Oregon. Texas in double overtime, a winner and an instant classic against Arizona State. Penn State also moving on with a victory over Boise State, 31-24. National Hockey League action taking place over at Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. How about Pacific Northwest battle between Vancouver and Seattle? And it's the Vancouver Canucks. 10 minutes to play in the second period. The Canucks have a 2-1 lead with goals from Max Sasson and Connor Garland. Chandler Stevenson has the lone goal for Seattle in the contest over at Climate Pledge Arena. What you could call the NHL's version of the I-5 rivalry, Vancouver and Seattle, with the Canucks up 2-1 at the half. We'll take a break, and in a matter of moments, we'll be back for the second half of play between Seattle Pacific and St. Martin's in just a moment on the St. Martin's live stream. at the half. St. Martin's with a 30-26 lead on Seattle Pacific. Danny DeBaca alongside Rick Wells, where St. Martin's has the edge. It's been back and forth all across the way, but it's a thin margin that separates St. Martin's and Seattle Pacific. So we look at halftime scoreline with the 4-point lead. St. Martin's, so far this season, when they've had the lead, they hold a record of 10-0 this season. Seattle Pacific has trailed on 5 occasions this season, and they have yet to win when they've trailed at halftime.
Well, that's a pretty impressive statistic, Danny. Behind at half 5 times and never come out and pull it out. So let's, see if that happens tonight. And I'm sure they're hoping they're not 0-6 with that, but it does look like it's tipping in St. Martin's favor. Speaking about rebounding here for a second, Jackson Knapp, he leads the GNAC in rebounding, and his average is 9 a game, and he already has that in the first half. No one else on either team has 9 rebounds. A couple guys with 2, 3, 1. So keeping Jackson Knapp off the boards, boxing him out, would be something that St. Martin's is going to have to come to do this second half.
And you mentioned Jackson Knapp in the first GNAC game of the season. He had 17 rebounds against Montana State Billings. That was not a record, but it was good to put himself in a tie for 6 all-time in Seattle Pacific in a single game in scoring, oddly enough.
He has a nose for the ball coming off the rim.
As far as rebounds were concerned, 17 boards. Long time ago, we'll look more into the history in a moment. Meanwhile, in 2025, it's the finish from Jackson Knapp again, and there he is again, the deficit cut down to 2. The answer, Stevens, Airplanes, left side, Emmanuel Oladele. Quiet in the first half, Oladele makes an impact in the second.
That was just sheer strength taking that into the key. That was a great play.
4-point lead for Seattle Pacific. St. Martin's, beg your pardon. 45 seconds in. Jackson Knapp, his J goes. It's a 2-point game. Track meet continues. Back comes St. Martin's. Stevens, Nielsen Skinner disposes of Moriarty. The 3 missed by JNS. These teams have met 149 times previously. But who will win the 150th meeting between the Falcons and the Saints? In D2 basketball, this 3 is good. Owen Moriarty.
He had all the time in the world to line that up.
How about an answer? Miles Stevens. Whatever you could do, I could do better.
Both those guys were standing alone.
Open 3s, and they do not miss. Moriarty from the right side. Sandberg closes in along the baseline. He scores.
That was a tough basket to make. That looked like it came from behind the backboard.
How about a 35-35 deadlock? Nielsen Skinner sent one into the seats. Don't think that pass was meant to go into the second row. Seattle Pacific with the basketball. So up comes Owen Moriarty. Leading scorer for Seattle Pacific. Does it again. And the Falcons have the lead. Quickly in transition, Jaden Nielsen Skinner fouled on the way. 2:28 lapse time. His second half of play.
Skinner has a knack of creating mismatches because he gets past his man And then he is so adept at dishing off the assist on that kind of a play. In fact, I think he leads the GNAC in assists.
Right up there with the best of them. Jaden Nielsen-Skinner averages 6 assists a game. First free throw from Skinny is missed. So here's second attempt from Jaden Nielsen-Skinner. And Nielsen-Skinner does have the lead in the conference in assists, but he can't make the free throws. And it's a 2-point lead for Seattle Pacific. Moriarty to the top of the key with Schoenerstedt. Long three missed by net. And back comes Skinny. Left it. Omar edge pick. Sorry, drives down the lane. He is fouled as he was towered by Henry Sandberg. Third personal charge.
Peksari is a 64% free throw shooter, so we'll see if he can put these in the hole.
Well, reason why for that average could be for lack of attempts. He hasn't played much, so the average does go up.
That's true.
With that make. Edge Peksari, 3 of 3 from the line. Make it 4 for 4. And the game is tied at 37. Knapp renders to Moriarty. Owen Moriarty zooms down the lane. One step too many and a travel call. Back and forth we go. It's what you would expect between Seattle Pacific and St. Martin's. Marcel Stevens to Omar edge pick. Sorry. Left it for Trejo Delgado. Stevens. Watched by Sandberg. Miles Stevens looks to close on the low block. Helicoptered out to Jaden Nielsen-Skinner. 3 to shoot. Jaden Nielsen-Skinner missed on the 3. Knapp the board for Seattle Pacific. Another empty possession. Can Seattle Pacific break the ice? Schoenerstedt. Closing in, Moriarty travels again. Second straight possession that ends in a travel call.
Turnovers for Seattle Pacific are 11 to only 4 for St. Martin's.
Seattle Pacific in turnovers ranked 4th at giving the ball away. Possession does stay with the Saints. Timeout on the floor and a 37-37 deadlock. Stay up to date on all things Saints by following us on social media at SMU Saints or by heading to our website, smusaints.com. Look at some of the scores from across the GNAC. Montana State Billings holds 55-36 lead on Western Oregon with 12 minutes to play in regulation time. Other scores from across the GNAC. 4 games in the busy slate. Alaska Fairbanks in Western Washington tussling up at Carver Gym up in Bellingham. And it's Alaska Fairbanks with 5 minutes to play with a 9-point lead, 69-60 on Western Washington. And the only other and final game across the GNAC, Alaska Anchorage with an 82-75 lead on Simon Fraser. With 77 seconds to play, Alaska Anchorage seems to be in the driver's seat to earn what would be their second GNAC win of the year. 37-37 tie. Danny Tabaka alongside Rick Wells. Looked at the rebounding, but early on in the second half, it's been the defense that has made its way in half number 2.
Speaking of rebounding, Jackson Knapp still leads everybody. He's the only player in double digits for rebounding. He has 11 right now. In fact, SPU has got the lead 22-16 on rebounds.
Another rebound claimed by Seattle Pacific. Still in a deadlock. So here comes SPU. Jackson Knapp. Watched by Samuels. Open three. Schoonerstedt. Missed off the right end of the rim. Haltage of play. Foul on the floor. Going against St. Martin's on Miles Samuels. For Samuels, that's his second personal. Jayshawn Moore also with 2 fouls. Jonas Latour and Henry Sandberg each have 3 fouls for Seattle Pacific. Here's Mason Landick. Moriarty pressured heavily by Stevens. Moriarty disposes of him until a foul charged against Stevens.
SPU is moving the ball really well. Quick, sharp passes against St. Martin's zone, and it's causing St. Martin to have to run to defend. And that's always a disadvantage.
Here's Mason Landick. Loops. Schoonerstedt drains the 3. It funnels in, and Seattle Pacific ends the scoring drought with a made bucket. Their first bucket scored in 2.5 minutes. St. Martin's looks to answer. Trejo Delgado gave it away. Jackson Knapp on Jaden Nielsen-Skinner. Kicked it out. Stevens vultured away the pass. He is fouled by Jackson Knapp. St. Martin's desperately needing a bucket. They have not scored for the last 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
Time for a basket, Danny.
Jaden Nielsen-Skinner finds Stevens. Trejo Delgado. He's been locked up in this game. Omar edge picks Sari down the lane. Out to Nielsen-Skinner. Skinny looks to close in. Jaden Nielsen-Skinner fakes 3 times and scores.
That was a great ball fake that made the defender completely drop his arms. That was just a great play.
First bucket for St. Martin's in 4 minutes. Seattle Pacific still in front though. Landick, his J, good. Mason Landick. And a 3-point lead for Seattle Pacific. Marcel Stevens, the tie, got it! Marcel Stevens with the made 3. 40% three-point shooter ties up the game for SMU.
That gives him 10 points and Samuels 10 points right now.
Only 2 Saints in double digits. Knapp kicked out. Driving in Mason Landick. Left it. Schoonerstedt makes the 3. Nikias Schoonerstedt. And they go. Edge Pixari is fouled. He'll head to line for 2 shots.
At halftime, Danny, I was bemoaning the fact that we weren't either team shooting threes at a very high clip. Now we've just dropped several of them.
Speaking of shooting at a high clip, both teams have played each other multiple times over their history. Omar Edge Pixari, first free throw attempt. Rolls in, 2-point lead. 150 meetings, and sometimes you do have history between the two teams. Seattle Pacific, they've been playing for a long time. Back on February the 22nd, of 1958, Lauren Anderson scored what is to this day a Seattle Pacific record, 54 points against St. Martin's.
Wow.
I doubt we'll see a 54-point effort. Leading scorer is Owen Moriarty at 14 points, but commendable effort from Lauren Anderson all the way back in 1958.
Danny, that was 2 lifetimes ago. You weren't even around.
That was 66 years ago. Foul called, the end result, against Marcel Stevens. As we head into a stoppage of play, with 6:56 elapsed time and a 1-point lead for Seattle Pacific. Here's Mason Landeck. He'll jettison on in. Knapp, left corner, deep 3, missed on the effort from David Zachman. He is 0 of 5 on the season. Oladele finish to give St. Martin's the lead.
That was a really athletic play. That was beautiful.
Logan Kinlock back into the game for Seattle Pacific. Here is Mason Landeck. Landeck out to Knapp. This is Sandberg to the right side for Zachman. The close in from Knapp. Rebound claimed by Jay-Sean Moore. First action in an awful long time. Foul called on Landeck. So Landeck charged with the foul. And that's his first personal, and that comes maybe in some respects as a surprise how much defense Mason Landeck has infused on St. Martin's.
Yeah, he is so aggressive and scrambles. He's in 5th gear all the time, so it is surprising.
Here's Jaden Nielsen-Skinner. St. Martin's with a 1-point lead. Emmanuel Oladele dropped it. Jay-Sean Moore. Nielsen-Skinner. Court-wide pass. Long 3. Miles Stevens missed off the heels. Samuels almost got his own board. Moore in a tie-up and rolls out of bounds. Possession favors St. Martin's.
Everybody's on the floor.
What an effort amidst the tie-up. Jay-Sean Moore fought with all he could and came up with possession. The Saints with a 1-point lead. Whether it's competitive rates, affordable loans, or great service, TwinStar Credit Union is here to help you reach your financial goals every step of the way. Together, we can help you realize your financial dreams. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. Look at scoring updates from all across the Northwest, up at Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Vancouver Canucks and Seattle Kraken. The end of 2 periods of play. Vancouver Canucks lead the Kraken 2-1. Here at TwinStar Credit Union Court, St. Martin's a 46-45 lead on Seattle Pacific. Danny DeBach alongside Rick Wells with 11:51 to play in the second half. And it could not get any more even between these two GNAC opponents.
Danny, their shooting is even. Although I will say in this last few minutes, SPU has done a little bit better from the floor. They're 17 for 35, so almost 50% clip from the floor, 49%. That's what's kind of kept them in this game.
Another aspect that stands out, how about the defensive effort from Jaden Nielsen-Skinner and Marcel Stevens for a team that came in St. Martin's, ranked 2nd in the GNAC in steals per game.
I think that Skinner is in the top of the the league as well for steals. He has 3 tonight. I think he has 20-some on the season, so he brings a lot to the game in his defense.
Omar edge picks. Sorry, missed the 3. Foul called on Emmanuel Oladele, or is it? Foul charge on Seattle Pacific's Logan Kinlock instead. Oladele initially believed the foul was on him. Here's Nielsen Skinner. Right back to Oladele. Moore. Pixari finds Jaden Nielsen Skinner. Suckered off the foot of Kias Schoenerstedt. Again, we see this in the first game out of the break in conference play. Sometimes players that don't see much playing time, especially after 2 conference games, they finally are displayed. Here is one. Jayshawn Moore, a power move to the rack.
You're right, Danny. That was power.
How about the other way? Missing the layup, Jonas Latour. The Saints with a 3-point lead. Moore again, right side. Jaden Nielsen Skinner floated out for Oladele, a 3. Missed it off the heel and out of play. What a sequence. First, Jayshawn Moore, how do you do? Then, the other way, Latour misses on the layup.
That's unusual. It makes for a great play, though.
Great play from Moore. Back comes Seattle Pacific with Owen Moriarty. Matched up on Pixari. Looks to shake him off. Haltage of play, foul called. Inbound from the baseline. Omar edge Pixari called on the foul. 10:40 left. Lob to Pye. Kias Schoenerstedt. Schoenerstedt disposed to Jackson Knapp. He lost his dribble. Schoenerstedt is there for Seattle Pacific. In comes Henry Sandberg, 2 to shoot. Missed it. St. Martin's.
Great defense by St. Martin's on that trip down the floor.
Can they do it on the offensive end? Miles Samuels down the lane. Scoops one in, and the Saints lead by 2 possessions.
Yes, that was a big bucket right there.
Moriarty harassed by Ege Pixari. This is Jackson Knapp. Moriarty has it again. Left it. Henry Sandberg. Latour dished inside through contact. Well short. Follow-up chance from Latour. The layup missed. Jaden Nielsen Skinner vacuums up the loose ball for St. Martin's with a 5-point lead. Samuels. Oladele. Matched up on Moriarty. Oladele. Ege Pixari. Missed off the heel. Rebound seized by Henry Sandberg for Seattle Pacific. Timeout called by Kefri Fazio of Seattle Pacific. With 9:13 to go, St. Martin's with a 5-point lead, 50-45. Look at scores from throughout the GNAC and some scores on the verge of becoming final. Western Washington and Alaska Fairbanks. It is the Nanooks with an 88-73 victory in Carver Gym. Western Washington also matchup that has gone final. Alaska Anchorage, a winner on Simon Fraser, 94-87. High-scoring game between 2 GNAC foes. And the only other game besides us in the GNAC happening at the moment between Montana State Billings and Western Oregon. And it is Yellow Jackets of Montana State University Billings up on Western Oregon 79-57 with 3:09 to play in regulation time. And that's a matchup of key notice for both Seattle Pacific and St. Martin's. SPU will head down south to Monmouth to take on Western Oregon, while Montana State University Billings will head on up to play St. Martin's on Saturday. All part of great action throughout the GNAC, but importantly, the matter here, in a game between two very well-matched teams in GNAC play, neck and neck last year, and this proving to be the same case this season. St. Martin's with what is their largest lead of the night of 5. It does display how close this game has been. Here is Jackson Knapp for Seattle Pacific. Left for Logan Kinlock. To the top of the key for Knapp. In traffic, Jonas Latour missed another layup. He's missed 3 in a row, and he gives it away. Emmanuel Oladele for St. Martin's. Nielsen Skinner to the top of the key. Watched by Latour.
Smart move to kind of slow things down a little bit right here.
Jaden Nielsen Skinner. He looks to close inside. Instead, while toppling, sent it past Oladele to Miles Samuels. Long 3 is buried. Miles Samuels, the largest lead of the game for St. Martin's.
I think he shot that from Olympia.
How about the answer missed, however, by Mason Landeck. Olympia not too far away. Jay-Sean Moore. Oladele inside. Lost something, the ball. He regathers. Samuels again. How about another? Miles Samuels has done it again. Back-to-back threes. Timeout, Seattle Pacific.
I think that bucket, according to my unofficial stats, gave him 18 points now. And he leads all scorers.
What an incredible showing from Miles Samuels. Back-to-back threes. We mentioned the largest lead at one point was 5. How about 11 for St. Martin's?
St. Martin's, they started 0 forever in the first half. Now they're 4 for 7 on threes.
They were 1 for 9 early on before they cleaned up the act in a big way. They were 2 of 11 in the first half alone, and a complete night and day difference from the first half to the second. We expected that from a team in St. Martin's that came into the night ranked 3rd in the GNAC in threes, and, well, we saw Exhibit A in the last 2 minutes.
Yes, I agree. They are they have a touch, and they've, especially late in games, they've done well from beyond the arc.
And they've done it, well, you have so many guys for St. Martin's efficient shooting the 3. Marcel Stevens, Nielsen Skinner, Miles Samuels. In fact, all things considered, he's middle of the pack as far as the starting 5 is concerned with shooting threes. This is insane. This is how St. Martin's can win a lot of games throughout GNAC play. It's going to carry an extra level of importance when they play against Montana State Billings, but can the Saints hold down the Falcons? 7:45 remaining. Here's Owen Moriarty. Up to Logan Kinlock, back into the game for Seattle Pacific. Jackson Knapp. Watched by Oladele. 5 to shoot. Moriarty is denied by Oladele. Nielsen Skinner back the other way. Shovels. Ege picks. Sorry, Moore counted in the foul for Jay-Sean Moore. And the Saints have seized complete control.
There were 3 guys with shots right there, and 2 of them passed them up. That's great teamwork.
Jay-Sean Moore, welcome back with an emphatic play. The foul charged against Seattle Pacific brings St. Martin's into the bonus. Jay-Sean Moore at the line to complete the 3-point play. He does.
Wow. A big turnaround in about 3 minutes right there.
Complete momentum shift. St. Martin's with their eyes set on their 4th straight victory against Seattle Pacific. Jay-Sean Moore already in foul trouble, picks up his 3rd. 7:02 to go.
Well, St. Martin's has switched in the last several minutes to just a scramble man-to-man. You're going to get people getting fouls when you play that, but it's made a difference in terms of momentum.
Knapp from the outside into the paint. 5 to shoot. Jackson Knapp fights through contact, 1-on-4. Miles Samuels picks up the foul. That's his 3rd.
That was a long time in the key, Danny. He gave about 4 or 5 fakes standing down there. Surprised that there wasn't a violation on that.
Nevertheless, Knapp at the line, 68% free throw shooter coming into the evening. Knapp so far 0 of 2 and now 0 for 3. Sometimes when it's not your night, it's not your night. Knapp aiming to make his first of the night. He still has it. 6:40 to go. Omar Ege Pixari. Nielsen Skinner. Oladele kicked out to Jaden Nielsen Skinner. He'll look to drive in. Miles Samuels again. Oladele comes up with the board. Emmanuel Oladele. Well, he stepped on the red paint on the baseline and turnover. Seattle Pacific with a 14-point deficit. This disposed out of play by Oladele again. Seattle Pacific will inbound with 6:19 remaining. But what a complete turnaround. And it's that that stint that really turned this game around.
I love the intense, kind of in-your-face, man-to-man defense. It turns lots of games around.
From the right side, Mora from the elbow, contacted, another foul, this time on Jaden Nielsen Skinner.
He doesn't think he hit him. He thinks he got all ball on that. He might have.
6 minutes left in the game. Here's Julian Mora at the line for St. Martin's. First look at the free throw line tonight for Julian Mora. Only his 4th trip to the line this season. And he missed the free throw. That is the first free throw miss from Julian Mora this season. He was 6 of 6. 5:56 to go. Miles Samuels to inbound for the Saints. Nielsen Skinner to the right side. Samuels looped to Pye. Samuels to Nielsen Skinner. Back pedals on Mora. Omar Ege Pixari, court-wide pass. Oladele, the 3! Got it! It hung in the air, but Emmanuel Oladele adds to the lead for St. Martin's. Coast to coast, looped on in by Mason Landeck. Seattle Pacific quickly with the response. Haltage at play. Timeout called with 5:25 to go. Through innovative products and services, TwinStar Credit Union is committed to helping its 250,000 plus members achieve financial success. Because we're a not-for-profit credit union, we focus on what matters most, helping the people and communities we serve thrive. At TwinStar, you'll find unmatched service. Here, we're on a first-name basis with our members. Stop by one of our local branches or visit twinstarcu.com to learn more. Danny DeBach alongside Rick Wells with St. Martin's in front 62-47 as they look to maintain their perfect record in GNAC play. A win would bring them to 3-0 on the year, with Montana State University Billings looming in the wings. MSUB, one of 3 teams undefeated in GNAC play coming into tonight. Beg your pardon, 4 teams rather. Here's Miles Samuels. Short on the attempted floater. Seattle Pacific looks to break out. Landek. Jonas Latour spindles in and out.
That was a great move. Ball just didn't fall for him on that one.
Nielsen Skinner to Oladele. Ege Pixari. From the outside, Jay-Sean Martin to the rack. Jay-Sean Moore, beg your pardon, he scores. And St. Martin's has a 64-47 lead. This attempted 3, missed by Jonas Latour. Nielsen Skinner, Moore, fouled. Charged against Jackson Knapp. That's his 3rd personal. The sequence midway portion, the second half, has typified this game. This was neck and neck. How about the 3-point shooting?
You know, it's kind of appears to have put SPU kind of on their heels. They're playing reaction basketball right now to where's the pass, where am I supposed to go, instead of being aggressive and making the play happen themselves. They're reacting to what's happening. They're kind of on their heels, and you know, it's close to being a 20-point lead when it was just tied here recently.
And this is a game, you can't let the scoreboard dictate how this game was well fought. Long 3, missed by Mason Landek. St. Martin's traverses the other way with Jay-Sean Moore. Under 4 minutes to go. Moore, short, off the window. Knapp drives in, denied by Trejo Delgado illegally. Foul charge. Beg your pardon, Manuel Oladele is charged on the foul.
Yeah, I was going to say, that block looked pretty clean to me, so it must have been called before that.
So Oladele bookmarked with the foul. Marcel Stevens will check in next dead ball with 3:45 left in the second half of play. But big tests. You talk about big games next coming up. You have last season, you have the number 1 and number 3 teams in the GNAC meeting on Saturday. Montana State Billings and St. Martin's. Boy, that is going to be a fun one.
That's going to be a barn burner.
A look at Montana State Billings. This is a team that is offensively gifted. Jalen Tott leads the way, leads the conference as well. 16 points a game. Kyle Robinson averages 14 points and 7 boards a game. Brendan Johnson averages 12 points a game. And the only other Montana State Billings player that averages double digits, man by the name of Famous Left Hand. He averages 11 points a game.
I wonder if he's left-handed.
Wonder if he is left-handed. Well, yeah, that's one that's low-hanging, yes. Famous left hand and the rest of the offense for Montana State Billings. They'll be in full display coming up on Saturday in what should be a fun contest. And those are some of the key games. Both teams with St. Martin's ranked in the top 25. This could be one of those high-octane matchups, maybe even one of the biggest matchups, you could say, in GNAC play. 5 other games across the weekend. Features Northwest Nazarene against Central. Those are also undefeated teams. So we'll have the last 4 teams in GNAC play that are undefeated playing each other. Oladele another 3. This one converted. Emmanuel Oladele with the made 3. He has put on a clinic.
That puts him over a 20-point lead, 21 points.
How about another steal? Here comes Marcel Stevens for St. Martin's. Closing stages. Stevens to Oladele. And domino down on the play was Landek. Diego Trejo Delgado is charged on the foul. .308 to play.
Stevens has 4 steals on the night now, and he was second leading steal maker here for St. Martin's with 21 on the season. Unofficially has 25 now, so that would put him in the lead on the team. He was just behind Skinner by 1 or 2 steals.
And Nielsen Skinner also with an eloquent effort with steals already. 3 steals for him, along with 7 assists. And that's where JNS is at his best. And it's not in the scoring department. He is a distributor.
He can get the ball around the floor. He has great vision. He anticipates mismatches. He creates mismatches. And when a switch happens and he sees that it's an advantage elsewhere, he gets the ball there.
He's able to find the open slots, and this helps especially against a team in Seattle Pacific that doesn't have a true assist leader. You could say Mason Landek with, or Jackson Knapp with around 3 assists a game. But Story here in this game, you'll look back and neck game, close and throughout. Unlike the game last year where St. Martin's won the game in the first half, a 30-point lead at halftime. This is a little bit of a different story where it was close until that late stretch where Seattle Pacific couldn't score, but it was St. Martin's that was hitting on plenty of threes, and that's where this game was won.
That's where it's won. And, you know, it's tough to defend that. You know, that's what, you know, you're a coach, you're pulling your hair out on that. You know, how many timeouts can I take? I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Who can I put in? How can I fix that?
But looking at some of stats from the evening, and also for St. Martin's, very efficient from the free throw line also.
Yes, they are.
And that comes maybe in some respects as a little bit of a surprise. This is a team that came in tonight ranked dead last.
Dead last in free throw. They're 11 for 13 tonight, 85% from the line. You shoot that well from the line, you're going to be winning games. And you're not throwing any points away. You're scoring when the clock is dead. I mean, it's really a huge advantage.
They are set up eloquently for Saturday against Montana State Billings.
Well, we got about 3 minutes to go, Danny. With a 20-point lead, I would feel pretty comfortable with that.
Tyler Velasquez has to feel good about the response from his Saints side. For final comments, from the Saints coaching staff, be sure to check out our website. Seattle Pacific also, their media team does an excellent job on their side. Complete depth and analysis as well. Filled with a lot of great SIDs from the conference. This three missed on the effort from Miles Samuels. That doesn't put much of a damper on his three-point shooting tonight, including those few that set this game apart. This disposed, shoveled back by Schoenerstedt. 5 to shoot for Seattle Pacific. Jackson Knapp watches the layup from Julian Mora with 2 minutes to go. St. Martin's on their way to a 3-0 start in GNAC play. Marcel Stevens towards the right side for Miles Samuels. Diego Trejo Delgado along 2, that rolls off the rim. Schoenerstedt comes up with a board for SPU. Mora the other way. Nearly had it stolen by Marcel Stevens. Seattle Pacific keeps the ball. If you were watching this game and decided to do something, whether go outside or work on something in the kitchen, and you've come back, that score is in fact correct. What a turnaround this game has turned out to be.
That happened suddenly. So all of a sudden, St. Martin's caught fire and started putting down some threes, making some steals. They went to man-to-man defense, created havoc. It all played into it.
So here comes Seattle Pacific with Julian Mora. Dish down low, the bucket to Logan Kinlock. Third appearance this season. Kinlock, 2 times All-League tennis in high school, along with his accolades in basketball. He was only a state champion with O'Day. Not bad for high school career for Logan Kinlock. Also a 4-time varsity starter at O'Day. That is quite the impressive high school resume. Here's another 3 from Kinlock. That's missed. Follow-up attempt. Foul called against Omar Ege Pixari. So here is Jackson Knapp at the line for Seattle Pacific with 15 minutes to go. 50 seconds left.
That rebound he just got right there put him at 14 rebounds. The only one in double figures for rebounds.
First free throw missed by Jackson Knapp. Owen Moriarty comes away as we head down the business end. 14 points. Mason Landek, 12 points. Knapp with 8 points after second made free throw night. He went 2 of 8 from the charity stripe. St. Martin's closing seconds with Emmanuel Oladele to Omar Ege Pixari. He'll drive down the lane. He's fouled on the way. He'll head to the free throw line. But it's a look ahead. Seattle Pacific take on Western Oregon. They'll face one of the top scorers in the GNAC, Jason Gallant. Averages 17 points a game for Western Oregon. Be the test that Seattle Pacific will see. Ege Pixari makes the first free throw. So here's the second of 2 shots. Ege Pixari goes 2 for 2. 2-second disparity between the shot clock and the game clock. Long 3 cranked up by Mora. Goes in and out. Oladele to Ege Pixari. And the Saints continue their march in GNAC play with a surge in the second half of play, outscoring Seattle Pacific 41-27. They remain perfect in GNAC play. They go to 3-0 off a 71-53 victory over Seattle Pacific. What a performance, what an evening from the Saints with the victory over Seattle Pacific. Let's take a look at some of the key stats. Danny DeBach alongside Rick Wells. What a performance from the Saints offense.
You know, Danny, I'm going to focus on rebounding. At halftime, there was a deficit, and the deficit was against St. Martin's. The game ended 34 rebounds to 34 rebounds. They came back, started doing a better job boxing out, keeping Jackson Knapp off the board, although he still ended with 14 rebounds, which is a handful. But I think that plus the defense that they switched to midway through that fourth quarter, they went to a man-to-man. It put SPU on its heels, and they capitalized at the other end when it happened.
Rebounding, paving the way, points in the paint, favors St. Martin's 34-28. A look at Seattle Pacific as they will take on Western Oregon on Saturday. Start time of 2 o'clock Pacific, 4:15 Pacific time. Owen Moriarty finished with the lead in scoring for Seattle Pacific with 14 points. Mason Landeck with 12 points. Jackson Knapp with 8 points with the 14 rebounds. And he will be a tough test for the GNAC as far as boards are concerned. Kias Schoenerstedt with 6 points also on the evening for Seattle Pacific. And this is a case, they've hung tough in their 2 GNAC games, but this is a team, although they're 0-2 in GNAC play, they will make some noise, and they'll work their way back into the playoff picture.
I think they came into this game 4-8 overall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they're a really good 4-win team.
Yes.
That really surprises me that as good as they are and as strong as they are, and that they only have 4 wins to their credit right now.
Well, they have had a tough schedule. They've played against 2 teams that are ranked tops nationally, so top 25.
That'll do it.
So tough battles all across the board for Seattle Pacific. For St. Martin's on the other end, in the victory, we saw double-digit scoring for Emmanuel Adele, 10 points, 7 boards. Marcel Stevens with 10 points and 4 steals. Jaden Nielsen-Skinner only had 4 points, but the number that matters the most to him, you would think, 7 assists and 3 steals. Boys, so many stars, but if you had to, Omar Ege Pixari, also 8 points. Yes. Diego Trejo Delgado with 6. But there is one that stood above the rest, and a game can be won and lost many ways. If there was one play that really set the tone, it was a man that was lethal from beyond the arc.
Samuels. He, what was he? He was 4 for 9 for the night from three-point land. So that is, approaching 50%. And you get somebody shooting 50% from beyond the arc, get the ball to him. That.
Yeah. Whatever it takes. Here, give it to Samuels. It was that sequence. First it was Samuels hitting the 3. Then an empty possession for Seattle Pacific. And then moments later, Samuels again with the 3. Those 3s back-to-back completely turned the game on its axis. That's how St. Martin's was able to come away with season control.
That's a backbreaker. If you're playing against that, that just crushes your morale, especially if you think you're kind of making a run back and all of a sudden, a 3 happens, you go down and miss, another 3 happens, and that's a 6-point turnaround to nothing. And, when you're playing a really good team, St. Martin's is a good team. And when you get behind the curveball to a really good team, it's hard to come back. they have to absolutely do nothing for the next 4 minutes so you can just tie them. And that, that's not going to happen.
No, not at all. So before that sequence, St. Martin's had a 5-point lead, which was their most of the night, and this put the game prohibitively out of range. So once again, the narrative stays true. St. Martin's goes to 11-0 when they've led at halftime. We'll see what happens against Montana State Billings. What a day we'll have in the GNAC. You have Central taking on Northwest Nazarene, both undefeated in GNAC play at 2-0. Then you have Montana State Billings. They're also 2-0, taking on a 3-0 St. Martin's team. Boy, that will be a dandy.
That'll be a dandy, you're right. If I wasn't out of town, I would go watch that game.
The tip-off will be at 5:15. I'll be there with you alongside the great Sean Wally for the coverage of St. Martin's against Montana State University Billings, with also St. Martin's against Western Washington preceding that contest, with a start time taking place at 3 o'clock Pacific time. That's all the time that we have for tonight's broadcast. A special thank you to everyone who makes this broadcast possible. For Matt Schwarzler and Rick Wells, I'm Danny Buck saying so long and take care. And thanks for letting us be a part of your evening. Your final score, the St. Martin Saints 71, Seattle Pacific Falcons 53.